Good morning, everyone. Can we get the slideshow? Oh, going in the right direction. Are we not going to have the slideshow on the back wall? No, on this screen. Oh, it's on this one. Okay, thank you. Let's see. Do this here. Well, it's a great pleasure to be here. I want to thank Thomas and the entire team for organising this event. Every single year it's provocative and fascinating and a great chance to meet people from all over the world, both sides of the Atlantic, to discuss the urgent matters that are at hand, and they are, after all, on a day like this, extremely urgent indeed. And this question that is Thomas and the team posed for me towards a new world order, who will now work it out, is one that I think cannot but preoccupy us. But what I want to do in the next 15 or 20 minutes or so is push back, I think, on some tendencies that we have within ourselves that are triggered by this question, and urge us, provoke us, trigger us into thinking about the way in which we think about this problem. I don't have any simple answers for this question. I'll suggest the direction in which some answers might lie. But I want above all to think about this question of order as such. I mean, for obvious and good reasons at this current moment, we crave an answer to this question. And it's both a forward and backward-looking discourse. If you conjure up something like a new world order, you can hardly avoid talking about an old one, the last one, and the end of the Cold War for IR and diplomatic people, of course, but for economics, it's Bretton Woods. And almost in an obsessive way, and it's this obsession that I want to spend 5 minutes or so coming to terms with. I think you could, in fact, write rather an interesting paper about the Guardian newspaper's coverage of new Bretton Woods schemes in the current moment. So frequent are they if you search on them. Bretton Woods, what was it? It was the moment in 1944, in the summer of 44, at which a map of the world economic, the currency system was shaped by key figures, charismatic figures, notably White for the Americans and John Maynard Keynes for the British. And last year, because of the 80th anniversary, there was a rash of meetings on a new Bretton Woods. And there were reasons for this, of course. There was already then the looming prospect of a disruptive Republican presidency. But it was already clear also under the Biden team that even with the most cooperative, Atlanticist, Atlantically minded, globally minded group of Democrats that we could possibly have hoped for at this moment, there were profound tensions in the global economy. There was pressure from the global south to think of a new system that would work better. And it was clear that the rise of China and Russia's aggression were putting what we had taken for granted as the post-Cold War system under massive pressure. And now, of course, things have turned out far more dramatically than anyone imagined last year. I think that's fair to say. Even those of us who were most pessimistic about a Trump presidency did not quite have this on our bingo card: the simultaneous assault on the trading system in the most capricious and arbitrary way any of us could maybe conceive, and a fairly systematic attack on foreign investment and the value of the dollar, more systematic than many of us, I think, would have credited. And in light of this, it might seem almost perverse to engage in the exercise I am suggesting that we should this morning, which is to ask the question of why we might be looking for a new world order. I mean, compared to the nonsense, compared to the craziness that's all around us, obviously we want a new world order, right? But as obvious as that answer seems, I want to persist with this question and point it. What is it from a progressive point of view that we associate with this idea of a world order, so much so that we ask to know how a new one will emerge and who will make it? And why, in so many minds, is this associated with the Bretton Woods moment? Because thinking like this is historical, and it does, I think, repeatedly cluster around this term, and it's useful to use that habit of mind, I think, as a diagnostic. And I think at one level you could say it's obvious, right? It's a series of goods. It's a series of things we value. Order as opposed to disorder, intelligibility and chaos versus chaos. There's almost an aesthetic side to it. Look, we got the economy somehow under control. We fulfilled the dream of somehow making this untransparent and opaque thing transparent. There's a promise of security versus insecurity and the promise, perhaps to the wider population, of safety, a theme that's come up in many conversations, for instance, of populism. There's a promise, if not of actual fairness, then of something like a rules-based order, some notion of the rules of the game, a kind of procedural justice at least. There's a functional claim that a system that is like this is more predictable, and this boosts investment, it establishes security, reduces uncertainty, an argument that runs through a large series of bodies of econometrics. Remember those studies that were done during the first Trump term by IMF teams of economists who actually showed a measurable effect on global investment of Trump's early morning tweeting on global investment. But it's an argument that, say, in the German social theory tradition goes back to Max Weber. Then I think there's something else that's appealing about the Bretton Woods moment in particular, which is the sense that it, in the face of the chaos of history, is a moment of agency. It's a moment in which smart people sat around and came up with a design. And of course, for people like this is profoundly seductive, because it's so difficult to avoid the kind of play of mind where we ourselves imagine ourselves there issuing the manifesto that feeds into the German delegation that goes to a new Bretton Woods somewhere where this will be sorted out. So it's a moment of agency. But it's also, and this I think is key to this, it's also a moment of wisdom, because it's not just agency, it's agency founding order. So it's self-constraining agency. It's an agency that doesn't just in a muscle-bound way stamp its interests on the world. It's an agency that checks itself. And this, I think, is what makes the Bretton Woods moment so inspiring. That at the height of their powers, Britain and the United States at the end of World War II decided to build a system rather than simply to power on through. And these are all good things, but I think the way in which they cluster around Bretton Woods and the way that Bretton Woods 80 years later serves as a, you might almost say, a kind of totem, some might also say, less kindly perhaps, a comfort blanket for thinking about international economics, puts me in mind of something which in a different context I've described as financial fiction or fin fiction. You might also call it a fairy tale. And now fairy tales have many, many functions, famously, but we don't turn to them for practical advice unless your problem is wolves dressed as little old ladies or beautiful princesses who've been asleep for 1,000 years or magic beans that your son has brought back from the market, having exchanged them for your family's only cow. So to my mind, the Bretton Woods model does need some examination. And I'm actually going to summon very briefly a whole team of people to help us think through what's at stake here. A psychologist, a historian, a political economist, a journalist, and Friedrich Nietzsche. A psychologist would ask, why this endless return to this foundational moment? What does it anchor? What are we papering over? One telling slip you often hear in German accented discourse about Bretton Woods is misplacing its date. It's often referred to as a post-war agreement, whereas in fact it was an agreement done between the D-Day landing and the Soviet breakthrough against Army Group Center in Operation Bagration. It's a moment in which we found the notion of a benevolent American power. You might rather cruelly refer to this as Germany's American daddy complex. Right? This sense that there is a benign American hegemon that is there to hold the ring. And that requires an obscure story about the origin of American power, which Bretton Woods helps us to provide a kind of simplified version for. And after the difficult birth, when we actually now talk not to the psychologist, to the historian, if Harold James is in the room, for instance, one of the preeminent historians of Bretton Woods, what he'll tell you is, far from this being a, and then they lived happily ever after kind of a story, Bretton Woods is really just one disaster after another. There's the conference in 44, then there's the UK currency crisis of 47, which postpones it. The Marshall Plan is actually Plan B to avoid having to implement Bretton Woods. Then there's the devaluation of the sterling and all other European currencies to make the European currencies more competitive, which was a huge shock to their systems. Then Plan D, which is the European Payments Union between 50 and 58. And Bretton Woods, as originally conceived, isn't actually introduced until 1958, which requires a military coup and the installation of the Fifth Republic in France at that moment. And it's Jacques Rouffe's plan in coordination with de Gaulle that enables France to join Bretton Woods. By the early 60s, the system is under so much stress that they have to invent swap lines as the sticking plaster that will enable it to survive. By 67, it's having its first big business cycle problem. And in 71, the American president suspends the gold convertibility of the dollar. So if we did get a Bretton Woods 3, and I'll tell you why I mean 3 in a minute, we would do it next year, we would implement it in 2040, and it would fail by 2051. So that's what a historian would tell you about Bretton Woods as an actual example. And then you'd have to ask yourself, well, how plausible is the functional story if this is the real history of Bretton Woods? What are the chances that compared to reconstruction, technological catch-up, a new social bargain, European integration, this fragile currency system was the main driver of economic growth with which it is so often associated? Clearly, it makes some difference. It could have been much worse. American trade policy could have been entirely counterproductive, which it wasn't. But this is not the substance of an effective argument about economic growth. And the funny thing is, if you actually talk to political economists about this, they'll tell you there is no reason to be surprised by this, because they will say that large-scale organizations of this type are beset by two foundational problems. And one is original sin, which is the problem of great powerful actors binding themselves effectively against the fact of their own sovereignty. And so very unsurprisingly, insofar as the United States, the dominant player in 44, was bound by the system, the binding was very thin. The United States retains extraordinary autonomy. The dollar is pegged to the gold and everyone else is pegged to the dollar. The Americans receive exorbitant privilege, and the system starts when the Americans say it starts, and it ends when the Americans say it starts. That's the Bretton Woods, the fundamental politics of the Bretton Woods order. And this is where we bring Nietzsche in. So why would anyone else agree to be part of this system? Because they're weak and powerless and resentful, the position of the Nietzschean subordinate, the position of the Nietzschean Christians who decided that they wanted Christianity because it would protect them, powerless people, against the wrath of real power. That is why other people sign up to orders given by capricious major powers, is that orders and rules provide you with some protection. But of course, the real problem with resentful subordinates within dominant systems like this is their resentments are real. And so your second problem is free riding. Subordinate players within fixed systems with dominant players are always going to be subject to the risk of really dramatic free riding. And one hardly needs to emphasize that point in Germany, because if over the last 80 years there has been a persistent, successful free-riding smaller player within a global system hegemonized by the United States, it's this country here. That is the Western bit, not this bit, the Western bit, the Federal Republic. Massive surpluses under Bretton Woods in the 60s, which contributed materially to its disintegration, and of course the notorious free riding under NATO since the 1990s. Now the Germans may say that's sensible defense policy because they're surrounded by friends, but from the American point of view this looks like free riding, and that's the scandal which they're calling in now. In fact, if you ask yourself how does Germany behave when it's powerful, think about the Eurozone and see what its track record is there. In the 70s, when people wanted the Deutschmark to be the reserve currency, Bonn and Frankfurt did everything conceivable to prevent that from happening. One of the strategies to avoid that, to put it polemically, was the Eurozone, European Currency Union. And we all know, if we'd been meeting here 10 years ago as a group of progressive economists thinking about the Eurozone, many of us in the room will be thinking and wishing that only they'd created the Eurozone without the Germans in. Right? One of the peculiarities about asking the question of economic order and its future now in Germany is if there is somebody out there planning a world economic order, they may not invite the Germans. Because after the last 80 years, if you had to think of an uncooperative player, highly self-righteous, quite successful, very bad at macroeconomics, that you didn't want to have part of your effort to craft a global order, Germany would be pretty high on your list. And part of the project of our group here, after all, is to try and civilize German macroeconomic and economic discourse to the point at which that might no longer be true. I think if we're honest with ourselves, that's clearly part of our Anliegen here. That's part of what we're trying to do. And nevertheless, here we are asking this question. Here we are asking this question, right? We've spoken to the psychologist, we've spoken to the historian, we've spoken to the political economist, we've spoken to Nietzsche, and we're still asking this question in Berlin in 2025, on this day, on this morning, given what's going on in the world. And at this point, I'm summoning the journalist, because the journalist is just simply going to ask us one question. Now? Question mark? Now you want to talk about global economic order at this moment? Does this look like a moment when people want to do global economic order? No, this is a moment of discretionary violence, right? It's a moment of discretionary choices for disruption, right? Think about it. Putin's invasion of Ukraine, Trump's trade war, Brexit, they all have sources of resentment that drive them, but none of those resentments determine the choice any more than Israel's strategic difficulties, even if you are a convinced ethno-national Zionist, dictates the course which they have gone down and have dragged so many of the friends of Israel into complicity with mass murder and ethnic cleansing, and this morning, outright aggression against Iran. So this seemingly innocent question, hey, Adam, towards a new world order, who will work it out? It's actually a vertiginous, bloody void. This is a moment not for soothing bedtime stories, but to summon our wits to survive not, putting the children to bed with a fairy tale, but an ultra-stressful first-person shooter game. It's as though we're living inside a nightmarish, resto-modded fairy tale. We've been eaten by the big bad wolf, and we're inside the stomach waiting to know whether the huntsman will come and cut us out so we can escape to freedom. And in that moment, we're dreaming about new orders. And it's an escapism, I think, of the first order. So no new order. Does that mean we have to abandon all the good stuff? The restrained agency, the transparency, the fairness, the functionality? Am I arguing for a full-on kind of embrace of voluntarism? No, I don't think we do. But I think we have to change the way in which we think about the way the world works, both the past, the present, and the future. And that's what I want to spend the last few minutes of this talk hurriedly addressing. Rather than new moments of foundation, whether Bretton Woods or the Hamiltonian moment or otherwise, we need to, which inscribe themselves into history, right, as full stops, as moments around which we move forward from. I think we need to focus on continuous sequences, on networks of action, on multiple recurring moments of choice. We need to focus on, I've been writing about conjunctures really right now, we need to focus on conjunctures rather than foundational moments. Rather than constitutions and orders, God help us, we might need to consider deals. As contaminated as that word has become by Trump's presidency, that might actually not be the worst thing, a good deal in which two sides can see their interest. Rather than focusing on world orders, we need to focus on world ordering. Rather from starting from the premise that there is a world, one world, the same world for everyone, that needs to be arranged, we need to be thinking about world making from different points of view. And rather than relying on rules and constitutions to create certainty and the possibility of long-range planning by means of constraining our discretion, so rather than relying on that negative mechanism for creating predictability by constraining discretion, why not think the other way around about common plans, about programs, about political commitments, about scale of action and clarity of vision? Summing it all up, we might be more in the business of creating facts and less about worrying about norms. Now, the thing about this, if you say this, is it makes sense, I think. But if you say it in a European context, and I'm looking at Shahin here, another kind of thought begins to intrude on you, which is that all of this sounds familiar. Right? All of this sounds like something that, in fact, we've been talking about for a while. We've been talking about sovereignty. Sovereignty means the ability to make your own rules. It exists, as Carl Schmitt explained to us, in a dialectical relationship with order, Sovereign is the person who declares the exception. Sovereign is, however, also those who are recognized by other sovereigns as sovereign. So it exists in a kind of dialectic. In that context, we've also spoken about strategic choice, alliances, deals as something that Europe needs to get into the business of. The agonizing thing is that this is both obviously the right answer, I think, and the right way forward, and essentially a still from the movie Groundhog Day, in which we continuously repeat the same video clip. Think of the blighted two-term presidency of Macron in Paris, who in 2017 first essentially articulated a sense of ideas very much along the lines that I think we're naturally led to faced with our situation 9 years later. And we all know the void, the vacuum into which those proposals for Europe's progress and future landed on the German side. So I think what we have to reckon with at this point is, though that this train of thought I've taken you down today is compelling, we have, if we're realistic with ourselves, also to recognize that we've been here, and we've been here for some time, and the answer has not come from Europe. And in fact, if we are still asking ourselves this question this morning in 2025, we actually already know the answer, which is, though we can see it, we're not going to do it. Or we're going to do it too late. This train has left the station. Somebody a couple of days ago said maybe it's too late for the United States. I find that a quite plausible, though horrifying thought. What I worry about is it may be too late for Europe too. And in that case, where do we go next? And this is what I want to end with. Well, I think we all already also know the answer to this question. Right? We're posing these questions as though we don't know the answers. We know the answer to this question, and the answer clearly is China. But then when you say that out loud, you realize that you run up against an obstacle too, which is that if you say China is going to create the new world order, you are both likely a warmonger, because this is the sort of thing that provokes the Pentagon into asking for more and more money, and also blindly unrealistic, because I don't know anyone who thinks they really know what's going on in Beijing, who thinks that's the Chinese ambition, to create an American-style world order. It's not on Beijing's menu. And this is where I would submit that this shift in language really helps us out. Because if it's true that China is not in the business of creating a new American-style world order, it's undeniably and obviously true that China is in the business of world ordering. If China is not just simply inheriting the world the West made, including through imperialism, is China in the business of world making? Yes, it absolutely is, and it's doing it right now in front of our eyes. So this transition is not just a sort of methodological call, it's actually, I think, helping us to see better. And with Brad Setzer sitting in front of me here, how can I not talk about Bretton Woods 2, which we skipped over? Because China in the late 1990s effectively created a new Bretton Woods autonomously by pegging its currency in an undervalued way against the dollar, a peg which is really quite hard to break. It has all sorts of nasty side effects in China itself, but they can manage those. It's a way of asserting their sovereignty within this system. If you ask about the global trading system, this data here, which you can barely see, I'm afraid, but it's kind of impressive if you do get to see it up close. This is from another concerned observer. This is the Singaporean Monetary Authority, in the face of the Trump trade onslaught, trying to figure out what the hell actually does drive trade. And the brown bits in this are the bits which have some connection with the United States, and they almost all trade into the United States. The bit that's most politically sensitive, the tail that's wagging the global economic dog, is the dark blue bar. That's roughly 2.5% of global trade, and that's Chinese exports to the United States. And it's not even a rapidly growing part of this pie. So that gives you a sense of how disoriented our discourse has become. Global trade is dominated by two key players, one really large block, which is EU trade within, that's the big slice in the middle, and then a whole series, a spider web of networks around China, each one of which constitutes a set of connections, I would act, an act of world making, an act of world ordering that we have to reckon with and that will shape the future. Now, to reiterate, if you add up China's foreign investment, its soft power, its technological links, its increasing military presence, does it add up to an American-style new world order? No, it clearly doesn't, but that's also a red herring. We have to stop thinking in those terms. What it does constitute is a policy of connection. It may not be entirely consistent, but I do think it's quite deliberate. And there is a rationale, or in fact there are multiple different rationales being developed in Beijing that organize and coordinate these different elements. And if there's one aspect of that which I think is really quite fascinating and quite new, it was really prompted to me by the agenda that was sent to me by the National Development Research Council that advises the State Council, so the state branch of the Chinese government. This is the subordinate branch, but the leadership of the Development Research Council are central committee members, so they're tightly tied in. And they were saying, well, of course, we'd love to talk to you about all the obvious things about America and Europe and so on, but the challenge that is on our minds is the development or the challenges of large nations' development on a global scale. This is the problem that we're actually talking about. And that's bland, and you could say, well, of course they're thinking about that. But I think it leads me to my final concluding point, which is that insofar as we know anything about this future that's being shaped, it's very likely that it's going to be shaped by players, notably the Chinese, for whom this question, large national development, those are the three things that really dominate their agenda. So it's really quite remote from the concerns of the EU, which are post-national, medium-sized, and about sustainability. Right? The large national development agenda is the one that the key players that are currently actively building out systems are going to be engaged in. Right now, I think we're all a little bit impatient with China claiming status as a developing economy. There are very poor parts of China, but it doesn't make any sense. But unless we grasp that this is the focus, development is the focus, we don't really understand what this program of world making, we don't know what this program of renewable energy is about. The thing that makes it novel is not that it constitutes an order or replaces the Americans, but that it's actually about the realization of program of development on a global scale, regardless of its consequences, which are spectacular when we think about global environmental balances and in terms of shifting the balance of power going forward. Thank you very much for your patience. I look forward to the discussion that may or may not be coming.
Thanks a lot. As always, extremely inspiring. I would immediately hand over to Felix Lee, who has accepted to moderate in the first session. Yeah, we are in the midst of the topic, also Germany, China, the German challenge. Please.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Adam, for this, I would call it the Manifesto 1.2 after the Berlin Declaration from last year. In the next panel, we are going to talk about or getting deeper into the China shock and which is especially a big challenge for Germany. A lot of economists call it the second China shock. We will get deeper what was the first China shock and also talk about what's happening is the second China shock that threatens especially Germany's industrial backbone. China's state-sponsored export offensive is hitting key sectors such as the automobiles, mechanical engineering, and green technology. And at the same time, Germany and probably Europe are in danger of missing out on new key technologies such as batteries, AI, semiconductors, robotics. This is what we're going to talk about, how to overcome this China shock. And I would welcome to the podium Serva Storm and Brad Setzer, Dalia Marin and Margherita Russo. Please join us, or maybe you sit here in the middle and I sit at the side. Yes, please. To give a brief introduction, I start with Dalia Marin. Dalia Marin, you are Professor of International Economics at the Technical University, TU Munich, and Senior Research Fellow at Bruegel. Welcome, Dalia. And next is Margherita Russo, Professor of Economic Policy at the University of Modena and specializing in the analysis of innovation and the automotive industry. Welcome. Margherita, your research includes comparative studies on the digital transformation of automotive supply chains, notably comparing China, Germany, Japan, and Italy. And Brett Setzer, is it pronounced proper? Setzer is your international economist at the Council on Foreign Relations and a former staff economist at the United States Department of the Treasury. You also worked at Rubini Global Economics Monitor as Director of Global Research, where you were the co-author of the book Bailouts or Bail-ins. And Serva Storm, economist at Delft University of Technology and editor on board of the European Journal of Economics and Economic Policies. You contributed to analysis on China's economic development, particularly regarding the impact of infrastructure investments, such as roads, railways, and ports, how this has driven regional economic growth on China. Welcome. We start with a few presentation, and I think we should start with you, Dalia, please.
Can I have the slides up? Oh, thank you. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is to show you that the China shock has hit Germany. It started in 2020. So this is a historic shift, Germany's trade with China. Here are the numbers. So the darker line shows imports from China to Germany. And as you can see, the imports exploded since 2020. This explosion, so it was an increase within 2 years of 30%. That stopped because of two reasons. The first reason was that Germany removed the subsidy for purchasing electric vehicles, which basically was a subsidy for Chinese electric vehicle imports. And then during 2024, the European Commission introduced import tariffs on electric vehicles up to 45%, and that also contributed to this decline. At the same time, the light line shows exports to China, and they also declined substantially. So this can be seen much better in these import-export shares, where you see that since 2020, the import share has increased by the import share, which measures imports imports from China in total imports, which increased by 30%, and the export share to China declined also by 30%. So what was driving this pattern? And basically, this pattern was driven by two sectors, which is the car industry and machinery trade. So in the upper panel, you can see the car industry. And what this shows is the red line gives you the exports from Germany to China of cars. And what you see here is that they declined by 75%. So exports of cars declined by 75%, while the imports increased by 30%. That's the blue line. So basically what you see in the car industry is that Germany stopped to be a net exporter of cars to China. The bottom line of the panel shows you the machinery sector. And in the machinery sector, which is quite stark, the blue line gives you imports of machinery from China to Germany. And what you see basically is that Germany stopped to be a net exporter of machinery to China since the year 2014. I hope you see this. Since the year 2014. So remember, Germany was the main driver of industrialization in China by exporting its machinery tools to China. So that picture has completely turned. This summarizes what I just said. So Germany faces the threat of losing two of its core sectors, like Nokia. Finland lost vis-à-vis the US with Nokia versus Apple. So the tables have turned now. China is the world leader in batteries and electric vehicles, and Germany was the world leader in the internal combustion engine. China's size, its experience, and subsidies helped the learning in China and the learning to scale up production in batteries. Now, in a famous, or maybe a classic paper, Krugman introduced learning curves into international trade models, and what he shows is that past output determines current production. So what he shows is that a transitory subsidy can speed up the learning curve, putting competitors at a permanent disadvantage. And that has been shown empirically by Nathan Lane in 2021 for South Korea. So China became the dominant car maker in China, as you can see in this graph, and that started in 2020. A peculiar feature is that China, in spite of the fact that China is the world leader in batteries, when you look at the announced gigafactories in batteries in Europe, you see almost 50% of these batteries are done among European firms. Now, that suggests that there is a problem here. And the reason why there is a problem is look at the early failures that we have been observing. The most spectacular was the Swedish gigafactory Northvolt, which went bankrupt in 2025, and that was Europe's big hope in battery manufacturing, and they filed for bankruptcy. Another very important battery producer, European battery producer, is the firm ACC. This is it's called the Airbus of batteries, and it's a joint venture between Mercedes, Stellantis, and Total Energy, and they have started to produce batteries, but their initial scrapping rate of batteries was 90% at the start. So what they have been experiencing is a valley of death until the batteries become profitable, and they are not yet profitable either. And so ACC put the two gigafactories that they planned for Germany and Italy on hold. So both of these experiences show that there is a big problem of scaling up production of battery production. So batteries is not a simple technology. It's very advanced, and it takes time to learn, and it takes time, experience to get them to do them profitable. Because usually in Germany they say this is just mid-tech. It's not mid-tech. It's a sophisticated technology. My question that I now pose is, what can Germany do given this substantial threat? So first of all, Europe should avoid America's painful deindustrialization in the 2000s after the first China shock. And what Europe needs to do is it needs to partner with China to speed up learning the battery technology. Instead of doing a startup, as yesterday Minister Weizsäcker was suggesting, you're not doing a startup by doing batteries, but what you should do is you partner with the Chinese. They are already the world experts, and so you can skip the startup phase by moving right into the profitability zone. So 2 years ago, I suggested that what Europe should do, I produced two Project Syndicate columns in which I suggested that Germany and Europe should reverse engineer the China industrial policy to make, so Europe should make Chinese market access to the European market contingent on forming joint ventures with European firms. And Europe followed my advice. In 2024, December 2024, they introduced the European Action Plan. And in this action plan, the European Union demands technology transfer from Chinese companies. So I'm running out of time, so I can't describe what they are doing. But let me focus on one thing, and I think we should frame our discussion on that. So how do you make sure that the technology transfer is going to take place? And it boils down to the way you design these joint venture contracts. The problem is that the Chinese government urged Chinese investors in Europe to produce only the latest stage of production. And here is the danger that there is no technology transfer and that Europe becomes just putting the things together, but not any skill. So therefore, I suggest we should do these joint venture contracts in a 50-50 ownership share between European and Chinese partners, so it should be on the same level. And at the same time, Europe should recruit in these firms, in these joint ventures, skilled Chinese professionals who can teach the Europeans how to do these batteries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dalia Marin. It's nice to hear that Brussels heard your advice. I'm not so sure if Wolfsburg Volkswagen have recognized your advice, because I think this takes a big mentality change, needs a big mentality change to invite the Chinese over to take over Osnabrück factory and learn from the Chinese and being the student and not the teacher anymore.
So
I think
this is exactly what the Germans have to learn, to be less arrogant. To be less arrogant.
We will go deeper into this. Before I want to hand over to Servas and also Margarita, I would like to ask Brad Setzer about we were talking about the first China shock before, which happened in the beginning of the 2000s, which hit the US very hard. Maybe if you give a very, very short introduction, what happened, what mistakes were made by the US, and to what the extent are the consequences still being felt today? Maybe Adam also wants to add some.
Well, I was actually excited to talk about Germany.
We will.
The simple description of the first China shock is that as part of a global acceleration after China's WTO entry in China's global trade surplus of about a percentage point of world GDP in manufacturing. So let me first clarify. There are two China shocks that happen after China's WTO entry. One is in manufacturing, and it is broadly negative for lower and mid-tech manufacturing sectors in all the advanced economies. There is another China shock, which was a commodity price shock, that was very positive for many emerging and developing economies, but it also squeezed real incomes in the working class in the advanced economies. Those are two related shocks. They're linked to an acceleration in China's growth, and they're linked to an unbalanced pattern of growth. China's surplus goes up. China's exports grow much more rapidly than its imports, particularly of manufacturers. And in the US, there's roughly a percentage point increase in the trade deficit in manufacturers with China, which almost perfectly corresponds to a reduction of equal size in manufacturing output in the US. And the China shock is the impact that shift has not on the overall economy, but on those parts of the economy that were most exposed to Chinese competition. And the central insight of the Otto Dorn and Hansen paper was that in those regional economies, there were consistently bad labor market outcomes for the workers who were directly affected, but then also for the workers who competed with them. And that the general story for those regions was not a successful adjustment into new industries. It was some modest amount of outmigration, but much less than we in the US expected. We thought we had these wonderful, perfectly flexible labor markets, so a shock to one part of the country had no meaningful impact because people would move to expanding parts of the country. That doesn't turn out to be true. And then you see more people falling into poverty traps, going on Social Security, disability, and the like. You can argue, this coincided with another China shock, which was a positive China shock for Germany. This is when China's industrial expansion leads to increased demand for German machinery, and this is when Chinese entrepreneurs become wealthy enough that they can afford an Audi. What did the US, in my view, get wrong? I think the US misjudged the severity of the China shock, didn't do enough to help people who were adversely affected. Politically, the US took a view, and this is, I think, with hindsight extraordinary, that these special safeguards that were introduced as part of the WTO entry, which allowed, in response to import surges, protectionist measures to try to limit the surge, to allow more time for adjustment. The US, under the Bush administration, took the view that they would not use these special protections. And so the US, in a broad sense, did nothing. In response to the first China shock, we were distracted by the Iraq War. We had an ideology that was, at that point, extremely liberal. We did not use the safeguards we had negotiated. And then we did not challenge, in an effective way, a very obvious at the time undervaluation of China's currency. And so that was allowed to persist, and China's surplus kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger up until the global financial crisis shock. So, I think the bigger observation was that the US at the time, the dominant political discourse, was maybe too wed to the notion that the US economy could just become a bigger extended version of the company Apple. That all the US needed to do was have the design, have the software, have the profits, which the Chinese sort of resented, and that there was no important or strategic component to manufacturing. And I think in a grand sense, the US has been living with the consequences of that broad consensus, and it's unraveling.
Adam?
I think it's perhaps also worth saying that though Brad has brilliantly summarized the intricacies of the China shock literature, the overall effect in relation to the grander scheme of a US labor market of 170 million people is small. So part of the insouciance, part of the obliviousness to the shock was the impacts are local and they're quantitatively small. And so there was this idea it all wash out in the broader scheme of things, and other sectors in the US economy, notably the high-value service sector, would profit handsomely from business with China. I would just want to add, so that we can connect up the dots and link this to broader themes also of our concerns here. I mean, there's another China shock, and perhaps historically the most momentous is, after all, the ecological shock. So China's accelerated growth in the early 2000s blows out the climate politics of the 1990s, because China's emissions surge at a rate never before seen in history. And that induces a crisis in China, which links up precisely to the industrial policy themes, because from the mid-2000s onwards, also under the impression of the American invasion of Iraq, the Chinese are asking themselves very serious questions about the sustainability of this growth model. And one of the conclusions they reach, both for national security reasons, tech advantage, and also immediate the ecology of pollution, is they need to start thinking very seriously about new energy systems. And by the 2010s, with the help also of German subsidies, this is really playing through into the dominance that we saw. So you can hook these things up. And in terms of the decision-making in Beijing, it's not an entirely straight line, but the agenda is shifted by the China shock. And before we get any misunderstandings, 85% of that ecological shock in China is not export-driven, but domestic growth. It's steel and cement being poured to urbanize 500 million people in the space of a single generation. Triggers for that, multiplier effects are coming from the export sector, but broadly speaking, it's a domestic global growth. But that is a key element. The renewable energy spin-offs are a reaction, a long-range reaction to that initial realization that China is going to change the global energy equation. You see it in energy markets, commodity prices, you see it in just unprecedented levels of pollution, and you see it in this technological window that opens, which they've charged through. Well, we slept in Europe on the automotive front anyway.
So at least for a short time, we exported our pollution to China.
Yes, we did, but one should never conflate, and this is an order of magnitudes thing, the fact that that's a big element in the European equation with the claim that that's a big element in the Chinese equation, right? Because it can show up as about a quarter of the European decarbonization is achieved through export in this period, right? But that doesn't mean that it's anywhere near that share of China's growth, because they double steel output in 12 years. They pour more cement in 3 years than the United States in the 20th century, and that's not for export.
Servus, let's get back to Central Europe. We're talking about the second China shock now, but looking back from previous trade challenges for Germany, how does it distinguish, or is it different, or is it more severe than previous crises, which always happened in the history of European history?
Is it
economy? Sorry.
Yeah, it's working. This, yeah. Well, I think it's interesting. The question is also, let's say, historically important. I mean, if we make a distinction, let's say, simply between the first China shock and the second China shock, then other European countries, let's focus on Italy for a moment, were hit first. Yeah, and deindustrialization in Italy and all the problems in Italy are partly explainable by looking at that first shock. And of course, then the financial crisis hit, and Italy and Southern Europe as a whole became a problematic peripheral area. And the Germans were, of course, not, and the Dutch. I am Dutch, so I have to include the Dutch as well, because the Dutch were almost as worse, maybe even worse than the Germans. So the northwestern European response was, look, Italy, Greece, Spain, this is all your fault, it's your mistake. Yeah? And now, I think in the US they say the chickens have come home to roost. That is, Germany is hit in higher technology. Like initially it was simple, let's say low tech, medium tech, textiles, all kinds of steel products, electronic products hit by China. The European producers were hit. And now it's high tech, medium high tech, cars, and even, let's say, think of AI and solar panels and batteries and so on. So, what it would mean to me is that Germany, the Netherlands, do now eat humble pie. Yeah, I think that is sort of yeah. We are all in this together, and solutions also probably have to be worked out at the European level. And it's no longer we can talk about Italians or Greek being overspending money and thrifty, austere Northwestern Europeans doing all things correctly. Yeah, it's now clear that this is bigger.
You also prepared a short presentation.
Yes. If I can have the. Yes. Well, to be honest, I'm not a great slide producer, and it's also true that the problem team is so large that of course I overloaded my slides. Yeah, so I'm not really going to. Don't worry. I'm not going to sort of.
I'm looking at the watch.
Yeah, I'm not going to guide you through each one of these things. I will, maybe we can do you can, as an audience, you can do two things simultaneously, like multitasking. Try to read this, and I will sort of give the meta story somehow. The meta story is, Adam Tooze is also known for coining the term polycrisis. We can say multiple shocks, multiple challenges. I even forgot very stupidly to include Trump's tariffs, which would it also doesn't fit. Yeah, so we have so many things. Yeah, there's the China shock. There's bond markets that are very volatile. There is exploitation by the tech brothers. There is cheap Russian gas is gone, and we are now paying very high prices for LNG, American LNG. There's the whole defense issue, and at the back of all this, there is global warming. Short-term problems are becoming so pressing that we do again, let's say, cognitive dissonance. We adjust, say, the problem. Anyway, we look at it later. Yeah. I said, what are sort of the policy responses? And I will not go through the list, but the basic idea is deregulation, cutting wages. Of course, we have to joint ventures with China, try to sort of do the reverse thing to the technological leaders nowadays. That's all fine, but I do think that, and as far as demand-side policies go, it's mostly defense spending. Yeah, all of a sudden. We are Rheinmetall is going to have a bonanza, yeah. But that does it solve our problems? Yeah, that is the question. And I think that for each of these problems, and again, I will not go through the list, but I do think that there are more sensible solutions. Yeah, we can try to regulate the tech platforms. Don't be afraid. We can try to build European alternatives. Going to be very long term. We have to keep a focus on the green transition, climate change. If there's one thing we can learn from China, and it's really extremely important, that is directional thrust to what governments do. Yeah, this is development planning. It's very old-fashioned. Planning has become a dirty word in the 1950s, 60s, 70s. Actually, I studied development planning in Erasmus University. And of course, over time, that name had to be changed. Yeah, that department no longer exists. Yeah, but I do think that industrial policy is part of this. So there is a need for a revival of planning. Yeah, corporations, by the way, do a lot of planning. Yeah, so it's only governments that are not allowed to plan. Taxation is a big issue. There's a crisis of the fiscal state. We cannot tax. Yeah, or we think we cannot tax. And in most European countries, the income taxation is no longer progressive. In the Netherlands, it's almost Scandinavia, huh? Netherlands, not progressive taxation, the income tax system. Corporate taxation, there's tax competition, race to the bottom, whatever. But so, I think importantly, demand has to go up. That's Europe's weakest spot. That means spending, public investment, which is going to crowd in private spending, private investment. And we also have to think about higher wages. Oh, look, how is this possible? That is actually the next slide. Hey, people, we are in a market economy. We are facing all these constraints. All these things are not possible, or are they? Okay, I mean, I'm not saying that they are all possible at the same time. I just want to raise the questions, yeah? Can we raise wages? Yes, no, why not? How important are unit labor costs for international competitiveness? In my view, grossly overstated importance. Yeah, Germany is now losing export shares or export volumes, not because high wages in Germany. It is because they've betted on the wrong technology. Yeah, everything is wrong. Why is everything wrong? For instance, in the car industry, because up to 2024, 2023, car profits in the car manufacturing sector have never been so high. The Porsche Pierre family has had a great time between 2008 2023. I calculated for Volkswagen in real terms, constant prices, dividend payouts per car produced globally. Yeah, not in Germany, including the cars in China. Dividend payments go up, straight line, up to 2023. Yeah. Then we talk about wages. Of course, we can talk about wages. I mean, this is like polder model we have in the Netherlands, so it's like give and take between employers and employees and government. All fine, but why not raise wages? Yeah, we get monetary policy. Paul de Grauwe made a very clear point about how we are actually subsidizing banks, billions of euros per year. That money would finance half or more of the green transition. We are not doing it. Regulation of tech firms, yes, it's not possible. Nothing is possible. Yeah, whole point is these tech firms are basically using public money for for privatized profits. Yeah, there's regulation can actually be technology forcing. Yeah, Goethe said, "In der Beschränkung zeigt sich der Meister." Yeah, so let's beschränk. Yeah, impose rules. Yeah. Bond markets are celebrated because governments are not rational. So we have supposedly rational bond markets imposing market discipline on unruly governments. Point is, bond markets are completely fragile, crazy, irrational. It's a casino. We are actually supporting this. Yeah, it's like that's socialism for the rich. The central banks are backstopping whatever financial speculation there is. And it's, as I write there, heads I win, tails you lose. So it's, yeah. Why not have more fiscal policy? Why not have monetary policy support fiscal policy? Answers, yeah, no, it's not possible. Like it's our thinking. Yeah, that's what I want to emphasize. So what we need is a change in thinking. Yeah, whatever we call it, not captured by vested interest or financial power or whatever, sort of celebrating markets for things that markets do not do. Yeah, we can actually have the Beschränkung, we can have rules, regulation. We, very importantly, John Kenneth Galbraith, known for like in the type of economies with monopolies, oligopolies that we have, we need countervailing power. Do we have it? No, we don't. Policy autonomy is probably the key value that we need in Europe, yeah? That is sovereignty. Can we decide how we organize our economies? Do we want to copy-paste the American model, venture capital, go with all the deregulation, all the inequality, all the polarization, and at the end of the day get a European Trump? I'm not sure, I mean, what the name would be, but yeah, there are candidates already. And the other thing, of course, is climate change. Yeah, like, okay, we can say, look, we are not going, we stick with the famous ostrich attitude. We stick our head into the sand and ignore it. Yeah, I work in the University of Technology. I can tell you, climate damage functions. The things are happening. The thing is happening. It is simply completely stupid to not pay serious attention to it. Yeah. At the end of the day, creating a better, fairer society, and I'm not prescribing, I'm not saying, look, I know what it should be. Yeah, that's not the idea. The idea is that we talk about this amongst ourselves. We have autonomy. We can design and change institutions and do things. That would be the answer to a lot of anxiety and also anger, and it could be an antidote to, let's say, far-right populism. I want to finish with a quote by John Maynard Keynes, who said, and of course it's a simplified slogan, but I do think that in principle it is correct, that is anything we can actually do, we can afford. That would be a good starting point. And then the question is, how are we going to organize our economy, our society in Europe and in Germany in order to create the economy, but also larger the society that we want. Yeah, and affording it is not unimportant, but you could say it's a secondary issue. Yeah, first we have to be clear about how are we going to do it now, and then we have all the the geopolitical problems, and I mean there's war, and maybe the war is going to escalate, and maybe we get I don't know what. That's true, but I do think, so I agree with Adam that this moment, of course, is also, let's say, fluid, horrendous. It's like you feel helpless. But at the same time, it's also clear that the order that was there before has collapsed. We have, I mean, we will, I mean, by default, we will get something in its place. And the question is, okay, I mean, Europe is large enough to think about autonomy, some sovereignty, some creativity as well, and that means we have to rethink our economics. Yeah, that was.
Thank you. I see just one point. What you're saying with the fiscal problems a lot of Western mid-sized economies have, I think have turned out to be major political crises. We see so many governments have collapsed in the last years, and I wonder if it has something to do that the two superpowers, China and US, are competing so heavily that all the other countries, and we're not only talking about Germany, we're not only talking about Italy, but also about South Korea, Japan, that all these countries cannot keep up. We get back to this question a little bit later because I want to give Margarita also the chance that you have prepared. You're focusing on automotive industry, which and you did comparable studies. For Italians and for the Germans, the car industry so far was so important.
Well, I would start from a simple point, linking my presentation to what Daria was saying with respect to the learning process that was mentioned with respect to development. And in my understanding of the automotive industries, this is the most incredible part of a story in which learning was not implemented. In the sense that if you consider the expansion that we were observing in Daria's slide of export of Germany to China, and in particular, you should consider the growth of Chinese internal market, you had to consider the importance of German producers. At the very beginning, when the Chinese economy was open to the market economy, the German government was there saying, we are here to support you. And I was really always being impressed by that part of the story. So the German government was there, bringing the most important German companies in China directly, with starting important joint ventures. And when you visit the Volkswagen plant in Shanghai, you are told exactly that story. We are here because the German government helped us, and we are here at this level of development because we learned a lot from German companies. So my point is, what did the German companies learn from the Chinese companies in the 40 years in which they were installed in that economy? They could have an important part of learning, for example, in what is the meaning of scaling up of new production, and they didn't use that learning. They didn't use that a lot. And in my presentation, I will show you that they had their own potential. I don't know how to move, just next. Okay, so my presentation is on navigating the disruption, okay? And the disruption on the automotive industry. And the point is that when we consider the transition to the electric vehicle, we have to consider that this is not a mature technology. This is a technology that is challenged every moment by new knowledge in completely separate different domains, from chemical to electronic control to sensoring. So you need to embrace a lot of technologies. And I start from this figure. I will not consider all the interactions in the many dimensions that you have to address when you study the transition to electric vehicle. And I will focus only on a very tiny part, but essential for my argument, that is the focus on technological knowledge, and I try to measure it using a patent activity. So I'm not considering the production that was to some extent very well described when we observed the trends that Dalia was showing us with regard to machinery, production, and cars. So I will consider some figures to address the issue, what is the technological potential of the leading automotive countries? And these countries are well known, Germany, Japan, the US, Germany, Korea, and China. Are the most important one at present. So I will use figures on technology domains that are relevant in the automotive industry. I will use pattern dynamics, and I will present a cross-country comparison in the period 2010-2021, but will observe some changes in some periods. I will consider groups of, macro groups of patterns. So let's have a look to the upper figures where we saw the overall dynamic that was stable in a long period, 2010-2019, I would say. Then there is a decline. But if we see the macro groups, we see that battery was having a larger increase, and obviously there was a sharp decrease of all the patterns related to the internal combustion engine, what is called YIC. But also electric vehicle was a large part of the increase. But the entire control system is an important part of the development of these technologies. The patterns with respect to motor were not very relevant and to some extent declining at some point. Now, what happens when we consider the countries and we consider the countries with all the types of patterns, the patterns in all domains we consider. So Japan is the strongest producer of patents. Then we have US and Germany, equal weight, Korea, China, France, and so on. But if you had a look at the sub-periods in the slide below, in the figure below, you had different dynamics by sub-period. And let's focus on the first 5 countries, so from Japan to China, and we see the sharp increase in China in the last sub-period, but sharp decrease in Japan, good level of patents in the US and in Germany. Korea was increasing the number of patents, but now can we discuss some elements to assess the technological potential of countries? And then consider 3 dimensions. The first one is cross-country collaboration. The second one is the quantity of patents, and then the quality of patents. Why do I start from cross-country collaboration? Because this research project started by my idea that because of mutual learning, we could find a lot of patents that were, to some extent, originated by the Chinese and German collaboration, because there was an incredible potential they had at hand, but they didn't absolutely explore. You can say, well, but it's obvious, patent is exactly what is done to protect intellectual property. So you defend your domain of knowledge. But this is not a story of a market economy in which companies try to have a better position in the long term. This is not the story that they were telling us when they were explaining the importance of open innovation, the importance of entering new fields with strong collaboration of countries. So all the narrative on open innovation, for example, is a narrative absolutely absurd in this context, just a way to distract attention on what was going on. So let's see what is cross-country collaboration. Just nothing. You can't barely see the orange part of the bar. Nothing, more than nothing. Because countries prioritize domestic innovation capabilities. You can say, well, it is obvious. But what happens when we consider the quantity on patent? And we see that there is quite a difference when we consider battery and internal electric vehicles. So Germany has a better performance than China, while China has a better performance in terms of number of patents with respect to entire vehicle control systems. So we see differences in the subperiods and differences in the subdomains. So Germany is keeping the point, I can say, and keeping the point in some relevant domains of the technologies. Now we see the impact of quality of patents. This is a quite basic box plot in which we see the fact that if we consider the three main domains in which differences are relevant, battery, electrical vehicles, and entire vehicle controlling system, we see the dot line at the middle of the image, and this is the median, the overall median. So you can see the various boxes where locate the position of countries. Well, does the quality matter more than quantity? Well, we can say that Germany has more patents than China in battery and electrical vehicles, but median of quality is lower. Can we say that what is the position of China? Well, with regard to the entire control system, not only they have more patents than Germany, but they have also higher quality. But be attentive on the fact that we have the US and Korea that have an important and significant position in quality. Now, let me consider three key insights that, according to me, are crucial with innovation and industrial policy. First of all, technological sovereignty is emerging as a central focus in the transition. Then we have cross-country differences in patent quantity that might reflect divergent technology priorities of the countries and their competence networks that are different. Then we have domains, key domains, in which quantity and quality of patents do not align, and the US seems to lead in quality. So the point is that what is the result? Why don't we find an alignment of the and I would say an abstract definition of quality? I use the standard from OECD data, and the details of the paper can be asked if we are interested. But from the details, we see that something else is relevant, and is the connection between the innovation policy, and in particular the patent policy of the country, and their ability to transform technological knowledge in business models able to set the position of the companies in a way in which not only they have profits, as you mentioned, he mentioned for Volkswagen and German companies that had incredible profits until 2023, but to transform those companies in real pure marketing companies in which they do not protect simply their current position, the current position of their management, but they are to some extent the drivers of their economies. They are no longer the drivers of their economies. They were unable, those companies, to understand the changes that were overcoming them, and they were unable to set strategies able to keep their companies and the companies and the countries that were funding them to a better position in the new global scenario. So the industrial policy should consider Germany or the EU in technology leadership, because if we consider figures for European Union at 27, figures show that the number of patents of European countries lead the classification. So altogether, the 27 has more patents than the US. But the point is that is the technology lead enough for the future of innovation? Business models and strategies of countries become an essential part, according to me, of the story for the future.
Thank you very much. what's so shocking is the speed of development which is happening technology-wise in China. And I remember, I mean, on the other hand, it's not surprising because I remember when Deng Xiaoping invited all the Western car companies to China in the beginning of the 1980s, it was always his goal, we invite them to learn from them, and when we have learned everything, we kick them out. This never happened as long as there was, a lot of trying, a lot of copying, it never worked out with combustion engine. And I remember 2010, it was the Minister of Technology, Wang Gang. He studied in Clausthal-Zellerfeld in Germany. He said, okay, we cannot keep up on combustion, then we start a new technology, and then when it starts with the e-mobility transition. Brett, yes, sorry.
A key issue is whether the Chinese, they invited the German car companies to come to China. Now the tables have turned, and the question is, will the Chinese share their knowledge with the German companies? Will they do? Because so far the Chinese government has said, it's fine if you invest in Europe to circumvent the tariffs that the European Commission has imposed, but please only produce the latest stage of the production process, which means that Europe will be simply as an assembly line. So that is the key question. How do you get the Chinese into the boat in a cooperative framework? This is the key question.
And then we're back with the mentality in Wolfsburg and Munich and Ingolstadt. I'm not so sure if this has already arrived, the thinking. Brett, you wanted to talk about Germany. What is your, how can we learn, maybe not only learn from what happened in the US 20 years ago, 10 years ago, but what is your advice for Germany, how to respond to the China shock which is happening at the moment?
Well, every automotive power and every machinery, I mean, I like the German term mechanical engineering. I think we, in English, we don't have as good as a descriptor of the sector as the mechanical engineering sector. But every one of the traditional leaders in these sectors is profoundly challenged, both by the technological change and by the fact that China's position on the cost curve is quite different. So I would give three broad pieces of advice to Germany and to Europe. The first piece of advice would be don't cling ferociously to the past. I think Servas highlighted that in the past, Europe sometimes thought it could compete, and Germany often thought it could compete, and the Netherlands even more so, with a strategy of wage restraint and then relying on other countries' profligacy and spending to generate the demand that powers the productive side of the economy. That did work for a while. Germany did incredibly well selling luxury cars to the US and to China. But I think you can reasonably surmise that the German exports to the US are on a downward trajectory. And it is quite clear that German exports to China are on a sharp downward trajectory. They were 2.5% of GDP, German GDP a couple years ago. They're now 2% of GDP. I think in a couple of years, they'll be 1% of GDP, German GDP, which would be consistent with the rest of the EU. Germany's becoming a normal European economy that is only going to get a percentage point of demand from China while generating much more demand for China. And I'm not sure there is a set of German policies that can fundamentally change that. When China joined the WTO, and if you exclude imports of parts, mostly chips, imports of manufacturers were about 8% of China's economy. They're now down to under 3% of China's economy after 20 years of WTO membership. This is deeply entrenched import substitution, and it is a clear policy of Xi. Don't think that you can change that. Don't think Mercedes can be, by being nice to China in inter-European debates, change what is a core tenet of Xi Jinping's policy. Second piece of advice, embrace industrial policy. Now, that's easy for an American to say, I guess. Maybe it's hard for an American to say, because our president now seems to think tariffs are a full and perfect substitute for industrial policy. Industrial policy has a lot of different components. Some of it is addressing strategic dependencies, where other countries can weaponize supply chains against your home country, home market. The West, if there is a West, the US unilaterally certainly have weaponized supply chains at times against China, but China's learned, and it seems to me essential that in those sectors, and the hard part is identifying the sectors, where a critical input, if denied, can shut down a whole industry, that you would assure diversity of supply through government policy, even if that means not relying on entirely commercial logic. For rare earths, you just need them. Right? You don't need companies in those sectors that make profits. You just need to assure supply. And then more generally with the green transition, I will I will proudly embrace some of the innovations of the previous US administration. I do think that a green transition, in order to be politically palatable, has to have a distributional set of considerations, so not all the costs are borne by the consumers, and that there are needs to induce shifts in technology. And I would frankly be very, one might say, Chinese in initially focusing those efforts on European companies and European production, allowing scope for Chinese companies to come to Europe. I believe, controversially, that Europe should embrace a 25% across-the-board tariff on autos vis-a-vis China. That has the advantage of being fully symmetric. That is the Chinese auto tariff until they unilaterally reduced it. And I think it was a mistake, frankly, to follow WTO rules so precisely that Tesla and BYD ended up with lower tariffs than VW. That seems to me to be what President Macron would say is a bit naive. I think it was a mistake that European EV subsidies built China's electric vehicle industry. China never allowed European-made cars to qualify for its EV subsidies. Buy European is allowed in government procurement. I think it should be allowed in subsidized government procurement when checks are handed out to consumers. I also think it's much better than having weird national regulations like the French put together, which turned out to be by French rather than by Europe. Explicit, sometimes better is implicit. And I hold on, maybe cling irrationally to the hope that one day the US and Europe could come together and have a program whereby European-made cars would qualify for American EV subsidies, which we will not have for 4 years, but maybe we'll have in 5. And American-made cars, if there are any EVs, would qualify for European subsidies. Third piece of advice, don't be American. Don't be fully American. And what I mean by that is there is sometimes a little bit too much of Silicon Valley, Wall Street envy, a sense that Europe's future is to try to become the most profitable parts of the US economy, that you need to emulate the venture capital complex to a very high degree. Now, fine to try to catch up, fine to try to break up monopolies. But the US economy has been much better at generating profits and turning founders into multi-billionaires who become political complexities than it has been at generating broad-based growth. And I think if you look at the broader spillovers from Apple to the rest of the US economy, you don't find them. There is no Mittelstand in the US that is the supplier base for Apple. That is actually found in China, as a very good new book points out. Capturing the profit alone is, in my view, insufficient. And I think it is certainly insufficient for a world that is fragmenting and where the most likely global order is no global order. It's a series of regional orders. And where strong industrial bases and companies that nurture strong industrial bases in their home region are a critical part of the economy. Capturing the profit is not enough. There is something strange about a world economy where 75% of the world's market cap, in some measures, is captured by US companies. A lot of people look at that with envy, but to paraphrase Bernie Sanders, you could also say it is a bit of a problem. It implies an unbalanced American economy. And I guess my final piece of advice would be that Europe has real strengths, and that I find it surprising that there's not a greater sense of self-confidence here.
Thank you. I have prepared many more questions, and I could fill up with many questions which appeared through this podium. I want to ask, we have, I think, 8 more minutes, but one last final question I would like to ask all of you, and this is what you have all mentioned. I mean, pretty much what I get out of this, we have to learn more from China, learn less from the US. I don't know if it's true, you can correct me, but is it really working? Because what I have mentioned, what you also described was the fiscal problems we have. We have now 2 superpowers, and looking at the key technologies, not of the future, but of the present, where Europeans are obviously lacking behind. And when I see how much money the Chinese government spends on it, invests in it, and then I see how much money the US tech companies are spending on it, on AI and on semiconductors. And then on the same hand, as I mentioned, I see all these countries, Germany, Japan, Canada, Australia, they cannot deal with this because of fiscal problems, they cannot keep up. And is it anyhow possible? And on the same hand, we have the European Union, which is theoretically a huge economy, but on the other hand, so fragmented. Can we really keep up with these 2 superpowers, with all the scaling you have mentioned, and with all the money from government side or from tech side? Or is the European model at the end? Maybe we start with Adam and go this side.
I wanted to hear service on this point.
Very short, 2 sentences each. Sorry, I got the sign.
Well, I mean, I've been writing and thinking a lot recently about the defense sector, and it's hard to think of a more spectacular instance of that problem, really precisely sharpened down, because Europe does not have a defense spending problem, really. It has a defense effectiveness and efficiency problem of a truly spectacular scale. It has 1.3 million people under arms. It has a budget that is far larger than its most immediately threatening neighbor, Russia. And by all intents and purposes, it appears to produce virtually no actual effective military capacity for spending, which runs into the hundreds of billions of euros every year and trillions over a decade. And it seems largely to be a result of that fragmentation that you're talking about. So again, it comes back to me, and this isn't a new problem, we've known this for decades. So layered on top of that, there is also a kind of, I think part of the problem, Brad, when you say why are the Europeans not more self-confident, in the same way as Americans realize there's something really very deeply broken, that it's not easy to see how to fix it. There is also in Europe a kind of fatigue with great new ideas because we've been staring at this defense sector issue for literally decades, and the progress is agonizingly slow, if it present at all.
Well, I would observe that when 10 years ago China launched the China 2025, we were observing this long-term program as something of the past. We were mentioning the fact that the development planning was something more obscure in our departments in Europe. And but who was studying the China 2025 program was seeing not only money, a lot of money, a lot of subsidies. The recent OECD report, Magic database, show exactly where the money went, in which sectors, and subsidies went in which sectors, and which kind of companies had money from the Chinese government. But the point was not only money, was a direction of change. And what is missing in Europe, in Germany, but I prefer the perspective of Europe, what is missing is exactly the direction. Anytime we try to think that we have a direction, think of the Green Deal. So, oh, wow, we are not in time, but we can catch up the issue at least. We immediately stopped any thinking of what were the implications of that goal. So the point is, again, not only money, but the direction of change. And I'm really worried, and this was a part of the Draghi reports for the European competitive future. The idea that in any event, Europe has a problem with the defense. So on balance, you can say, well, if we invest in the defense, at least we have a driver for supporting part of the manufacturing and services of our economy. But this is dramatic. In any sense, if I think that we have to fill that gap, okay, we have to fill that gap, but it's not enough. And if we think of the automotive sector, we have to think that a strategy is not only climate change. A strategy is the kind of mobility, the kind of cars that should be produced. And either the European Commission set a model, a direction for those decisions, or the companies will produce larger and larger cars that needs bigger and bigger batteries of incredible amount of raw materials and so on. So I think that either we have a direction and then we find the money, or if we think that the problem of this money is not a solution of our problems now.
Daria, one sentence, please.
One sentence.
Or two.
You posed such a big question that I cannot answer that big question. But what I wanted to say is that in the past, Germany was saved from the China shock, not only because of the boom in exports to China, but it also was saved by having an Eastern European shock. The shock from Eastern Europe, but this shock was different. It was a shock which we call, as economists, an intra-industry shock, which doesn't have these distributional effects as the inter-industry shock that China has posed for some of the countries. So what happened is Germany had this big export expansion to Eastern Europe, and at the same time, the imports from China replaced the imports from other Southern European countries. So the first China shock was felt in Southern Europe, like Turkey, Spain, Portugal, Italy, because they now had all these they couldn't export anymore to Germany because China was exporting to Germany. So, but this is not going to be in the future. Now, this is not going to solve Germany's problem. But I do believe exactly what you said. I think that the defense sector, building up the defense sector, might be a solution for Germany to replace some of the losses that it has suffered in the machinery sector and in the car sector.
Okay. 2 sentences each.
Germany does not lack money. Europe does not lack money. Europe could spend on the private side, could invest less in financing US takeover activity, put less of its pension money in private credit and junk bonds, invest more in building out Europe's own infrastructure and manufacturing capabilities. Europe's public sector is in a far stronger fiscal position than that of the United States. And the uniqueness of this moment, which actually gives me hope and optimism about Europe, is that those parts of Europe that are most exposed to the shocks coming from Russia in all of their forms and to the China shock are the parts of Europe that have the most fiscal capacity. My advice is use it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I completely agree with Brad. If you look at the public debt to GDP ratio in Europe, in the Eurozone, it's like roughly 83%. In 2024, in the US, it's 124%. In China, it's 250% plus. In Japan, it's probably also 225%. So, I mean, if you just look at the data, you can say, look, we have fiscal space. In addition to the fact that we may have fiscal space, I do think that we also have two hidden instruments or two hidden options. One is, okay, I mean, we can actually make use of the Eurozone. We can issue common debt. Yeah, I mean, we are not really doing it, but we can do it. And that would be, and then the other secret weapon that we have, and it is a very secret weapon, actually it's a topic that we cannot, like Voldemort, we cannot mention his name. Taxation, yes, I mean, we can actually increase taxes and we can then spend. And if we spend wisely, government spending will have multiplier effects. Actually, it will lead to growth and it will lead to infrastructure. It will crowd in private spending. So it is not even clear that the debt to GDP ratio, public debt to GDP ratio, has to go up if we really do something in terms of spending that is useful. Anyway, it's not simple. That's not the point. But it's also not a problem. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Money is there. It's lack of vision. That's what we're here for. Rethinking economy. Thank you very much for your inputs. And yes.
Many thanks, Felix, for moderating this session and for all of you who have participated. We switch to the next session, which is perfect because it will be fiscal policy. And I introduce Cécile Boutelet. And maybe the others can also already come to the podium, so we... Yeah. They're all gone. Yes, Nacho. And Jerome. Okay. Okay. So I introduce Cécile Boutelet, correspondent of Le Monde in Berlin. She will moderate the session. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very happy to be here today. Thank you for coming. I will say a few words of introduction. But let me quote Financial Times. Just a few weeks ago, the Financial Times suggested that Donald Trump is unlikely to win a Nobel Peace Prize, but he should be a contender for the Charlemagne Prize. Charlemagne, which is an award which is awarded each year to the person who has made the greatest contribution to European unity. This analysis by Gideon Rachman, published in March, was titled "Trump is Making Europe Great Again." History will certainly record that a single speech by G.D. Vance in Munich, American vice president, helped trigger a paradigm shift in Germany, budgetary policy, nearly a revolution, a constitutional change to allow debt-funded defense spending, and a 500 billion infrastructure fund. All that passed in just a few days. This created a real momentum across European capitals, sparking hopes of a revived German engine. Stock markets riled, the DAX rose, but the question, is it really built to last? In this panel, we'll explore the anticipated effects of this macroeconomic stimulus and reform. More broadly, I will ask, what lesson can Europe draw from Germany's turn? How can we reshape the European fiscal framework to strengthen the union? So joining me today, Jérôme Creel, Associate Professor at ESCP and Director of Research OFCE Sciences Po. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Holger Schmieding, Chief Economist at Berenberg Bank. Thank you for coming. Nacho Alvarez, Professor of Applied Economics at the Autonomous University of Madrid and former Secretary of State for Social Rights. Thank you for coming. And Christian Kastrop, President and CEO of the Global Solution Initiative, Professor of Public Finance at the Free University of Berlin and Fellow at the Hertie School, Berlin. Thank you for coming. So each of you prepared some presentation. Maybe I will start with you, Christian Kastrop, because you have an interesting biography for the topic for today. You built your career at a German Ministry of Finance between 1989 and 2015, where you served as Deputy Director General in charge of budget policy, European economic governance, and international affairs. As such, you are one of the father of the Schuldenbremse. Thank you for that. So my only question for you, for your introducing presentation, what remains of the Schuldenbremse, the debt brake, is now the right time to reform it, and how? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I take the risk, and I just looked into my personal calendar, and it's really a nice thing for today. So it's the same week 30 years ago when I had to go to that time federal State Secretary Horst Köhler, who called me and said, Christian, I got problems with the Deutsche Bundesbank. We need to create a fiscal rule for Europe. So this was just 30 years on. I did a lot of other things, but it's haunting me every night. And I don't know whether if I could get rid of that project, I don't know, maybe I would say yes. On the other hand, it kept me busy, it kept me practitioner of fiscal rules, and so here we are now, 30 years later, and of course you see, I would also mention it with a word, I think there is a nice song, if you really want it, you can get it. And of course, what we now have seen is that the debt brake, of course, is not carved in stone, and it has never been carved in stone. And I would like to mention here, as for some of parts of the European rules and some for the German rules, I think the problem has never been so much the rule. The problem has been, and I fully agree with all the critics to the German rule. So you see, we designed it, but we never said we want to create a certain austerity policy. It is an initial effect, of course, when it comes to, say, the public economy, to the political economy in Germany. So I think you can play it hard and you can play it low. And you have seen right now at at this time that it was already slashed immediately from the new coalition. And you see, backwards looking, of course, if the political economy in Germany, and say also related to the European issues, would have been a different one, I think the rule could have been adapted also in an earlier phase. And of course, this should have been done. That's no way out. Yeah? But you see, anything goes. You see the military expenses are completely out of the debt brake rule. There are specific possibilities to do a kind of an exception anyway. There is also the thing to do a kind of a generational breakthrough, which they took all the measures we originally built in, but for more than 25 to 30 years, the political economy would not allow that. And this is, I think, what I would make as the first point here. And let me say my private view, I'm very happy that this has happened. And maybe from this point, now we can create maybe better rules or other more fitting rules which also take care of the completely different political and fiscal economy we right now face. And we have already discussed here at Landgut Stober for 2 days, 3 days now.
Thank you. So you're still a proud father of your baby.
Yeah, proud father is a bit is a bit far-fetched. So I stand to these things I have done, and I do not know. So I guess there is no control for long-range guns here in the room. So, but I'm happy to discuss it, and I am also one of the I have some people who know it. I'm also one of the greatest critics of how to execute this fiscal rule, of course. It's also true for some aspects of the European one.
Thank you. So I will ask jetzt Jérôme Krehl. Bonjour. Well, we have the mess. So Germany is now facing the very same European debt constraint it once helped establish. France has long argued that sometimes types of spending, like defense, should be exempt from debt calculation. That's the model. Should we move toward a new European paradigm built around the concept of sovereignty?
Thank you for this small question. I'm very happy to be here and close to Christian, who is there for the father. I'm not the son, so I wish I could also answer your question having two different questions in mind, to which I try to give an answer. The first one is, I take for granted that there will be a large fiscal impetus in Germany. Christian knows much more about this. It's a large amount of money over a large time period. So let's take for granted that it will happen. The first question is, will it work? Because if the answer is yes, certainly it has an impact on pushing the lines and maybe changing the rules. The second question, I think, which is also important, is, will this fiscal stimulus in Germany spread to the other countries, and how? So I try to be brief. Will it work? As an academic, I've been working on fiscal issues for a while, and I must admit there have been many papers dedicated to the so-called fiscal multiplier effect, to by how much a fiscal impetus might impinge on growth or inflation. And there are 5 conditions under which a fiscal impetus might be working. So the question is, will Germany be satisfying this condition? The first one is, it is better to implement a fiscal stimulus when there is high economic certainty. With the large geopolitical uncertainty we are going through, maybe this condition for Germany is not these days met, and it is not met elsewhere, of course. Another point that has been made in the literature, this first point was made by Bianchi and Melosi in 2017. The other point is a fiscal stimulus will always prove better when the monetary policy does not react to higher economic growth and certainly higher inflation. This is called, in our jargon, fiscal dominance. It's better to make a fiscal stimulus when you are sure about the reaction of monetary policy. It will not counteract to limit the scope for the real effects of the fiscal policy. And I'm currently working on a paper. It's on US data, but it's giving encouraging results. It shows that a public investment shock usually has a positive real effect on the economy. But if you do this public investment shock at a time of an uncertainty as regards the policy reaction by monetary policy, the fiscal multiplier might go down. You need to be sure that there is coordination of the policy mix between the ECB in this euro area and the fiscal stimulus that will happen in Germany. The third condition is the business cycle. It's better to make a fiscal stimulus where you are in a downturn rather than an upturn. Maybe time is ripe with all the difficulties Germany has been facing to do it. Fourth condition, the absorptive capacity. We're talking about a very large fiscal stimulus spread over many years, but we have a recent experience with Next Generation EU, where Italy has had access to large amounts of funding, and Italy has had many difficulties to absorb this funding to actually do a fiscal stimulus, to actually use the funds in order to fit the objectives of Next Generation EU, mitigating climate change and digitalizing. So in the context of Germany, the question is, will there be sufficient concrete projects to fund? Will there be sufficient labor to produce these goods? Will there be sufficient commodities to also produce these goods? And of course, a condition is the reaction by the European Commission. If the European Commission considers that there can't be any exemption for Germany to do the type of fiscal stimulus it wishes to do on public investment, this will not happen. I go to the other questions, and I go quick. Imagine it happens, the fiscal stimulus, it happens, there is growth, there is a bit of inflation, the ECB doesn't react, it's perfect. Will it be good for Italy, Spain, France? Yes, certainly, via the trade spillovers, via the good news that Germany has decided to do something to improve its public infrastructures, to boost its economy. It will be good news for everyone. But there is an uncertainty as regards the reaction on financial markets. Some are arguing that if there is a fiscal stimulus in Germany, the spreads might be decreasing because the cost of debt of Germany might be increasing. That will be good news for a country like mine, France. But what if the German issuance of debt is considered as the issuance of a safe asset that rather than reducing the spread, increases the spread because everybody is willing to have this good debt that Germany will be having? So the impact on the other member states is not so sure. And the other question, and the last question, is, will it permit to get rid of the fiscal rules? If we let the Germans do this fiscal stimulus, be out of the fiscal rules, be out of Christians' rule as well, does it mean that the others will be allowed to do so? And the question is, should they? I unfortunately come from a country which has not proven a miracle in terms of the management of its public finances. So I've been working many years on trying to show that the fiscal multiplier effect was positive. But in the case of France today, we can't afford making a fiscal stimulus. We can't afford being out of the fiscal rule. We need to do something in terms of reducing our public deficit. It has gone adrift, public debt has gone adrift, which means how do we do that? We might be thinking public investment, it shouldn't be at the expense of public consumption. We shouldn't get rid of public consumption because public consumption is public services. We need to be sure that in France, public services improve their quality. We live on the illusion that in France, we have the best hospitals in the world. What we know is that maybe they're still the best, but they were better 10 or 20 years ago. We're declining in terms of the quality of public services, which means that I come to the conclusion by Serva, there is no taboo at taxing. I stop there.
Thank you very much. Holger Schmieding, so Chief Economist at Berenberg Bank, your take on Germany. Do you have good news for us? Is the stimulus going to work? How do you assess the macroeconomic impacts that German fiscal policy will have 2025, 26? And what is your forecast regarding its influence on the broader fiscal stance across the EU?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me emphasize one point. We Germans, I'm German, should really make humble pie one of our national dishes. Yeah, we've often been wrong in our policy advice to other countries and sometimes been wrong in our policies ourselves. Before I get to your question, the answer brief is yes, of course, it will work. Because by chance, it will not be a one-off boost. Germany is slow. It will be staggered 1 year after the next and the next and the next. The fiscal boost goes up, so that as a result, most of it actually goes into actual output rather than just into prices. First, however, a few comments on what are the German problems. China is a serious shock for us. But if we look at the shares in German goods exports from pre-pandemic 2019 to now, the Chinese share has gone down by 1.7 percentage points. The share of the US has gone up by 1.9 percentage points. And the share of East Central Europe, the 4 countries from Poland to Hungary, has gone up by 1.7 percentage points. We heard indeed intra-industry and inter-industry, it's a difference. And as to the problem in the car industry, they are serious, but we already alluded to it. If we assume, this is definitely not a forecast, yeah? Just make the theoretical exercise. How much would be missing in the German economy if the car industry loses 25%? Yeah? This is exactly the rise in the projected share of defense spending in Germany if we aspire to meet the 3.5% target, which Germany is probably one of the very few countries west of Poland to actually meet it. So our challenges are serious, but we shouldn't focus just on the car industry. Historically, for Germany, it's the thing that sets Germany apart is typically the Mittelstand, the small and medium-sized enterprises, rather than having the car industry and the chemicals. So what the country needs is it needs policies that encourage the Mittelstand to invest to create jobs in the country, rather than to create jobs elsewhere. And there we are at, well, I'm a sort of pragmatic supply side, not just at demand, but to some extent also at supply issues. Now, Germany had, pre-pandemic, years of modest fiscal surpluses. Why? Not austerity. The key reason was the 33% rise in jobs in the country since 2006. Austerity? To give you the numbers, German public consumption rise 2024 relative to 2010. Germany 35%, UK 21%, Eurozone outside Germany 17%. German austerity for the last 15 years has largely been telling the rest of Europe, yeah, abide by the rules, but we grant ourselves more. And until recently, we could afford it because of our jobs machine humming, which, however, is no longer the case. Germany really needs a serious overhaul. Now, on the debt brake reform, the various elements, if we add them up and assume, okay, Germany goes to 3.5% of GDP defense, it uses the infrastructure fund, the federal states use their leeway, and we have a bit of reclassifying expenditure as defense, although it isn't quite defense. So what could happen is that this is an amount equivalent to 2.6% of German GDP that we could now are giving the government the permit to spend extra. That is serious. It will once again likely come in stages. My naive forecast is over the next 6-7 years, I expect an increase in equal increments. So after the debt brake reform, I raised my forecast for German growth for the next 6 years by 0.3 percentage points roughly, which is good. Now, the outlook for other countries in Europe and for the fiscal rules. I don't think we will ever get a majority to really change the fiscal rules dramatically, yeah? there's no change in the European Treaty likely. What will, however, probably happen is a very pragmatic application of the fiscal rules, which Germany probably will not resist seriously. Why? Well, we should be eating a bit of humble pie. And B, now politics reigns supreme in Europe. Yeah? Our key issue with Italy is, do you support Kiev? Our key issue with Italy is not what's your fiscal deficit. So that means we'll be sort of looking the other way, yeah, if Brussels lets Italy or France or whomever get away with sort of seeming to not fully meet the fiscal rules. However, we have to be aware of one other issue. That is, remember the bond vigilantes. We may like them or not. I work in financial markets, so I sometimes see a rationale in these irrational things, in these irrational people. They always overdo it and then underdo it. But they are lurking out there. We've seen them briefly coming up when Trump made something very funny on the opposite of Liberation Day. What's the day for that? Yeah, Destruction Day in early April. Debt levels globally are higher than they used to be. Also, we are heading for an environment where inflation will typically be 2.5% and not 0.5%. Ultimately, the expression of labor shortages across the globe. And that means your nominal financing costs will be higher in the future, which makes countries vulnerable. So, whereas in Europe, the enforcement of fiscal rules will not play a major role going forward, it does not mean that countries such as France and Italy could just go to free spending, but they have to be aware the bond vigilantes are there, and the European Central Bank would probably intervene only if they at least accept some fiscal correction in such an event.
Thank you very much. Maybe an additional question. You mentioned the Mittelstand. How do you see the effects of this push and defense industry and maybe the connected space industry? Is the Mittelstand able to respond to this demand, or do we need such amount of investment that they cannot support that? How do you see the effect on these two elements, the defense element, the security element, on this industry?
Thanks for bringing that up. That's absolutely a key point. The Mittelstand is very likely to respond to that, and we know of individual examples to doing that. And just as an aside, the place where I went to school, Osnabrück, was mentioned, where a car factory is. It's actually a defense factory, yeah, looking at the place much more than any Chinese to take that on. The Mittelstand can be part of the solution. Once again, the key question is whether the Mittelstand does that while creating jobs in here, in Germany, or whether the Mittelstand does that and still has the extra jobs, say, in other countries rather than Germany. Mittelstand is part of the solution. And, well, yeah, back to supply issues.
You mean in Eastern Europe?
Eastern Europe could be and probably will be one of the prime beneficiaries of what's going on in the world. Namely, we have actually, when it comes to European integration, we should not award any prize to Trump. It's Putin, and I would not under any circumstances give him anything that has the Labour price. But it's him who is bringing us together much more than Trump. East Central Europe is the key potential beneficiary under one condition, that it does not go down the Hungarian route. In Hungary, you see for the last 5 years that crony capitalism kills an economy. Until about 5 years ago, yeah, Hungary and Poland developed roughly on the same trajectory, in brackets on a trajectory on which Russia was actually until 2014 itself. Yeah? But over the last 5 years, Hungary has systematically decoupled from Poland to the downside, and we can only hope that Poland does not end up going down the Hungarian way, because with crony capitalism, you may be cheap, you may be whatever, but you won't get the inward investment from the private industry. You'll have to go begging to Beijing to get some inward investment.
Thank you very much. So, our last panelist, Nacho Alvarez, thank you for being here and for your patience. You prepared slides on your experience with recent economics policy in Spain, which did very well. But let me ask you a question. How would you perceive Germany's shift on their rules? Maybe what's your expectation from Berlin?
It's working? Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the question. it is difficult to me to talk about Germany and the case of Germany leaving austerity behind. I think we can answer the question better if we look what has happened in Spain. I think that Spain may be a good example of when discussing how to leave austerity behind in countries such as Germany or other European countries. And I would say it is very unusual for a generation to experience two major crises during a lifetime. And this is what has happened to us. And at least in the case of Spain, we have had the chance of doing it with radical different policy measures in between the Great Recession and the COVID crisis. So I think we can learn some lessons from that for the Spanish economic policy, but also probably for the case of other countries such as Germany when discussing on leaving austerity behind. If, as we already know, if we look at the measures taken during the Great Recession, we already know that the Great Recession was driven by basically two approaches, fiscal austerity and internal devaluation. Fiscal austerity was supposed to deliver financial stability and rapid GDP recovery. And internal devaluation was supposed to drive external competitiveness and also rapid recovery in Spain during the years 2010, 2011, and 12. But we didn't saw that. And compared to that experience, during the years of the pandemic, what we saw, it was a different approach. As we can see in the figures, we experienced a total public expenditure excluding interest increase by almost 20% during the last years in Spain, an increase even larger than the one experienced by Italy and Germany and France. And when in relation with the second policy driven by during the Great Recession, we saw back in that time the so-called internal devaluation. If you look at the figure at on the right, you can see that real wages declined by almost 15%, 10% in the lowest deciles during that period. So compared to that policy, what we have seen in Spain during the last years is an expansionary fiscal policy, an important expansionary fiscal policy, but that's been a bit common around other European countries. In the case of Spain, the shift in economic policy has not just limited to fiscal policy, but it went further. We experienced also a pro-labor policy with an increase in the minimum wage of around 60% and a new labor reform, the first in the last 25, 30 years, that it was not based on deregulating labor market, but on a new regulation of the labor market, prohibiting certain temporary contracts and re-regulating again collective bargaining in order to allow for ultra activity or to move from company agreements to sectoral agreements. So when we look at the results of broad results of this economic policy during the last years, what we see is that comparing GDP growth on the left figure during the Great Recession and during the pandemic, we see that it took us almost 1 decade to achieve the GDP level that we have before the Great Recession, but it took us around 1.5 years to achieve the GDP level that we have before the pandemic, with this change in economic and fiscal policy. And in terms of unemployment, the case was even more shocking, with one lost decade in terms of unemployment, but with the creation of 2 million jobs after the pandemic in the case of Spain. So increasing minimum wage was supposed to destroy our labor market, but it didn't. Spain created 2 million jobs. It transformed 1.5 million temporary jobs in 1.5 new permanent jobs. We had an increase in wages, particularly in real wages of the bottom 15% of the population. And today, Spanish growth outperforms the growth of the rest of the countries. So, why has this policy worked better? I would say that the point it is related, Servas, for example, have explained before, with demand. Expansionary fiscal policy, a pro-labor policy, increasing real wages, particularly real wages in the bottom, in the 15% bottom of the population, has acted as a driving force. It has increased demand from the public side of from the public sector, acting as a starter of the private sector to move the economy forward, but also taking into account that wages are not just a cost for corporations, but they are also the main source of demand for the economy. And therefore, and as some people here have studies, and some Servas has studied using the Baduri-Amagri models. What we have realized is that wage-led growth has been able to help the economy to grow and to move forward during the last years. Increase in wages might end up having the result of a decrease in corporate investment. But that was not the case in Spain, because it was rebalanced, taking into account the increase in private consumption and the whole demand. So what we see in the figure is that basically the strong performance of private consumption and the strong role of public consumption have accounted for around 2/3 of Spanish GDP growth during the last years, taking also into account the good performance of the external sector and particularly of exports and tourism. So just one final remark, one final comment when related to the unwanted side effects. Because many people might think, okay, this might work on the short term, but this might work at the expense of public finances. This might work at the expense of corporate sector profitability. So you're undermining corporate sector profitability with these rises in wages. You're undermining public finances with this strong expansionary fiscal policy. And what we have seen, at least in the case of Spain, is that this has not happened. What we have seen in the case of Spain, when we look at public deficit or public debt compared to GDP, is that we have been able to reduce public deficit during the last 4 or 5 years, even at a more rapid rhythm when compared to the fiscal cuts that we experienced during the 2010 and 2012. The fiscal cuts that we experienced during 2010, during the Great Recession, were able to reduce public deficit. Yes, they were able to reduce public deficit, but we have been able to reduce public deficit even more rapidly now with an expansionary fiscal policy due to economic growth and due to the ability of the increase in demand to reduce public deficit. And we have not done that at the expense of corporate profitability. Economic growth is creating good opportunities for the private sector, good opportunities for the business sector. So I would say that on Keynes terms, the expansionary fiscal measures are basically paying for themselves at this moment. And you have to take into account that, of course, next generation funds, they have been very useful for countries such as Italy or Spain, but we are starting to implement those funds now in 2023, 2024. During the first years, those funds, they were not even absorbed for the economy. It was the own national budget that was paying for the recovery. So the main takeaway, I would say that in the case of Spain, we can see the intellectual revenge of post-Keynesian economics when dealing and when talking to Alberto Alexina expansionary austerity. On a certain way, we have been able to prove that those measures were more efficient to overcome economic crisis and to promote GDP growth, at least on the situation that we were after the pandemic. Is that meaning that we have been able to overcome the neoliberal paradigm? I wouldn't say that. I would say that we are in a sort of interregnum in between the old paradigm and the new possible paradigm of economic policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe an additional question. Spain, I think, increased also manufacturing capacities. What was the driver of in the last 10 years? What was the driver of this expansion? What were the key points of this this development?
Well, in the case of Spain, I would say that it is important to realize that the expansionary fiscal policy is not just being on public transfers, or it's not just being devoted just to public consumption, but it's been also invested in an important change in industrial policy. In Spain, for years, main policymakers used to say that the best industrial policy was the one that it just didn't exist, the one that it was decided by the free market. And that has been an important policy change in the last 4 or 5 years, with an important amount of expansionary fiscal policy devoted to a change in industrial policy. So I will say that we don't see clear results so far of that policy, but we start to see some improvements, some change from low value-added sectors to middle and high value-added sectors.
Thank you. Yeah, well, let's stick on our first question, a new fiscal age for Europe. It's a question. Maybe you, Christian Kastrop, when you consider this example of Spain and the example of next generation EU or defense funding, how can evolve the European fiscal framework? Can we evolve the European fiscal framework without abandoning macroeconomic discipline? Is it still an important word?
No, I really do think. Okay. There's a little thing, yeah. No, I think that's a very good question, how we go forward. And of course, my takeaway about my own history would not be that we say it's just all stupid. So I think we need reflecting also the political economy in Europe as such, as a whole, but also reflecting political economies in specific countries, which have a kind of a leading role also in shaping the whole European output. I think this is important. And this reminds me of something we discussed, and this also with the French friends. I remember that in the Economic Policy Committee, when we were trying also to put something into the European rule, a kind of a, say, specific high productivity aspects. And I remember very well at that point in time, the French coming to me and say, Christian, this is only decided by the French government and by the French parliament. Leave it out of any treaty, any contract. But I think it's still, and that's of course fine and well taken, but I think nevertheless to have a kind of a trigger, and this trigger may be for Europe as a whole or for specific countries in Europe, to bring this in on high quality output and outcome. I think this is would be really also something we should look at in the future. So we cannot just say no to that. So how to do it, how individually doing it, giving it a European shape, I think we are on the way to it. So I think there are so many things we need to do. I think, of course, investing in, say, defense now, I think, of course, there may be, this is the US example, with defense you can also create additional value in other sectors of the economy. But, okay, maybe it's not the best. We are not living in the best of all worlds, so we are not having the best possibilities not to invest just in defense, but also on really hardcore economic growth things as AI, as digital, climate change. There's so many things which would go first, but the times are changing and we don't have it. So I leave it with that. So let's have another look at these fiscal rules, make them really good in a way that this is for financing the future, Hope it's not too much defense, and I stop here.
Thank you. So, Jérôme, we had a German whatever it takes moment, and now what's about the discipline? Your take as a French economist, please.
Yes, thank you. So I wanted to maybe follow up on Christian's reply to your question, which is that, yes, we may be looking forward to having the best fiscal policies and fiscal rules ever, but we can't forget that it took the European Commission and the European Council 4 years to achieve the new fiscal framework that has started just 1 year ago. And it's a bit weird to say to ourselves, okay, was nice to try, but it's not working at all, so we change everything. We need new fiscal rules. And we can't wait for the further 4 years. So what can we do? Do we go back to the first version of the reform, the one that was communicated upon by the European Commission? It should have been in 2020, where or 2021, September, they had a first version of the fiscal rules, which was extraordinary because it was giving a bit more time to do austerity measures if they were needed. It was taking into consideration the possible structural reforms that would be implemented, public investment that would be implemented, and it was a country-by-country self-assessment or assessment with the Commission. No numbers. We had the 3% and the 60%, but no safeguards. Then came the infamous non-paper by the Ministry of Finance in Germany that said, very good. It's very good version, but it misses a few points, like we should have been many safeguards. So we have the 3, we have the 60, we have the 1.5, we have the 0.3, the 0.6. I miss many of them. I'm not able to understand what's going on with the public finances in France. You may have known that it was not suspended, the procedure for excessive deficit in France. It's a term in English, I didn't know it, I've forgotten, which is it's on hold, okay. If you go this direction, it's correct. But in Paris, no one knows what is the impetus that we should be doing, except at DG Treasury, okay? Because they have the good files on Excel. They can push the good buttons. They know that if they do 0.1, that's correct. 0.2, not correct. Okay, so no one understands how it's working. Can we change it? Too late, too late. We need to see it work. If it is a disaster, we will have a reform, or country will try to figure out how to manage with that. And there are countries with many ideas at reforming the rules, like the French. But as I said, we're not in a position to give advice, okay? We've had the worst public deficit ever in 2024 because we made many expectations that proved wrong entirely. We thought there would be a high elasticity of tax revenues because the last 2 years it was very high. It didn't happen. So we prepared a law of finance based on the very high elasticity of tax revenues to revenues. And we should have said, okay, we expect large tax revenues. Therefore, we might be using that in order to try to limit the deficit. Therefore, not increase spending in due proportion to the expectation that tax revenues will be high, which we did not. We increased too fast. Also public spending. In the end, we have had the public spending. We have had the snap election. Before the snap election, there were public measures to reduce public spending that, of course, were not being implemented, and the tax revenues have plummeted. And we shouldn't forget that many reforms have been made in France. So we are not in a position to advise on good fiscal rules. So I will not say a word.
But you have this experience. So should we rethink the frame or the old rules that obviously don't work?
Yeah, we should reframe it because it doesn't work. The Germans will go beyond the fiscal rules to make a fiscal impetus, and we go beyond the fiscal rules because we can't prove disciplined. So, okay, it doesn't work, but who gives the good management? It's very tricky these days politically. The thing that I think we miss is a higher layer of policy decisions on fiscal issues, like thinking clearly, calmly about the European fiscal capacity. We've had Next Generation EU. Maybe it's not working as well as we expected. There are absorptive capacities. In some countries, no real impact. In some other countries, certainly an impact. Nacho told us so. So we need to figure out how to do even better, because the Commission has been able to frame something that seemingly has been working with a European public debt that has not created sustainability issues. So maybe this is an avenue for research and for reform, going a step further, stick to the relatively not so good fiscal rules to achieve a bit of discipline, but in exchange for that, let's decide to invest collectively on health, on defense, on climate change mitigation, on digitalization. These are public goods. This is good for everyone. We might be funding it collectively, but this is another step, and this step has not been taken so far.
Okay, our German voice here. How do you, yes, of course. How would you react to those two takes?
Oh, in terms of European fiscal capacity, I'm afraid I'll have to be the party pooper. Anybody who is here in Berlin politics, please correct me, but my impression is the appetite for another next-gen EU, anything big like that, is not very big in the German political sphere. To some extent, because the conservatives, and we are governed mostly by a conservative party, yeah, they really had to make...
Proved to change his mind.
Exactly, which had to make a absolutely belated U-turn, and then was forced by the prospective coalition partner to make a bigger U-turn than they ever contemplated, yeah? Now, sort of having breached the German red line, to also be accused by many of their core voters to also breach the European red line, yeah, don't expect too much, put it that way. What I can see in practical purposes, if there is a clear one-off issue, call it weapons for Ukraine, call it rebuilding for Ukraine, where you can say to the Constitutional Court, this is clearly limited and one-off, then the Constitutional Court will probably reluctantly accept it. But if it is a permanent European facility, I'm afraid the Constitutional Court will probably not accept it. And changing the German constitution so that the Constitutional Court would come to a different verdict is now politically almost impossible. So on a big European fiscal capacity, I'm afraid Germany will not really be able to endorse that. Doesn't mean, once again, that we cannot go along with either a bit of reworking or reinterpretation of the existing fiscal rules. One aspect, if I may add to the debate to the German thing. I was a fan. If you were one of the fathers of the debt brake, I was a fan of you initially. Then I just learned over time how it was applied. The education went wrong, as Mr. Weigel would partly have put it, and then came Putin. As to the education went wrong, I said that German public consumption has actually not been on an austerity path for a long time. Problem is German public investment has often been, as a share of GDP, 0.5 percentage points below the average of other Eurozone countries. So to have a deficit limit without making sure that what you really need, and by now it's not just infrastructure, it's also the military, gets enough funding was, in retrospect, what turned out to be, well, wrong about the rule.
Nacho, your opinion about that. So more spending doesn't work every time. So the example of France shows sometimes it's going bad. So what's your point? Are you afraid of some difficulty for Spain to finance its debt in the next years?
Not for the case of Spain, clearly. We had today the same amount of public debt that we had before the pandemic, because it's been rapidly reducing as a consequence of economic growth. But for sure, expansionary fiscal policy, I will say, it is not the only tool that we might use, and the only tool we have, and the tool that we all can use on the same way. It depends on the fiscal margin that you have, it depends on the economic situation, it depends on many circumstances. The point is that we just have not been using that tool for a long time, and it is time to open the debate of how can we use it on the best way. I would say that on the short term, the discussion on the Stability and Growth Pact reform, it is a bit tiring discussion. I mean, the first time we discussed this was back in 2005, when Germany and France were not achieving the Maastricht requirements. That was 20 years ago. I would say that opening again the debate of how can we legally amend changes on the recently approved Stability and Growth Pact is probably not going to be very useful. I will find it much more useful to discuss on the implementation and the application of the Stability and Growth Pact, and how can we open exception clause, golden rules in the implementation of the pact. And I would say on not just a short term, but a more medium term, if we really want to achieve the proposals made by Draghi on the Draghi plan and really invest together, we need to find a way to make a stable mechanism of the issue of Eurobonds. Eurobonds were not feasible 10 years ago. They were not politically feasible 10 years ago. They have proven to be very useful during the pandemic. So we probably need a sort of Eurobonds, a stable mechanism of Eurobonds for the next year in order to cope with the tremendous important investments that we need within the Eurozone. And just a few days ago, Angel Ubide and Olivier Blanchard made a very interesting proposal on this issue to have a viable Eurobonds mechanisms that does not entail transferring between countries, and does not entail changes in EU treaties, and that might be feasible. And I would say that that's probably the best point to concentrate policy discussion at this moment, if we really want to cope with the investments that we have ahead, not to lag behind the US or the Chinese economies.
Thank you very much. We have 9 minutes left. Maybe someone wants to ask a question in the audience. I see already someone or a reaction. We have a few minutes. And Shaheen, of course. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So it's also related to the first panel, and so I was really inspired to think about order, what this means by, what Adam Tooze talked about it. And actually, you can think about, if you bring in the systems view, you can think about there's certain order, there's self-organizing systems, some things that you see in nature, it's just perfect, and it's not really with rules and control and something else. So I think these are things we have to talk about and think about. What are the so we need rules, we need goals and so on, but not in order to control reality and the future, but in order to co-create and shape it. And it's really related to what was discussed as well about the direction of change. So I think we need to understand that there's a direction of change. And so I really suggest that we bring in knowledge from other disciplines, in particular development psychology and also the wisdom traditions and what artists know. So there's a direction of change, and it's related to what Servas talked about, which would lead to ethics and common shared values of our humanity. And so once we know this, I think, and that kind of echoes what Servas was saying, lots of things are possible if we get reality right, because that's the thing. You know, we want to support life, and this is part of reality. If we get reality wrong, and then we try to do something, then, you know, we get into a mess. But if we get reality right, and I think this is something, I mean, it sounds really like very abstract, but I think this could be a good starting point, and there are insights out there, you know, from people who work on systems transformation, organizational transformations, using these insights. I think that could be really, really important.
Thank you very much. We'll take the question of Shaheen Dali.
Thank you. 3 very rapid points. One is that there is now obviously a conflict between German fiscal policy and European fiscal rules. There are 2 ways to solve that. Either Germany, in fact, reins back on its fiscal expansion, or Germany ends up advocating a change of European fiscal rules. So could you say what you think of that? Second, in the coalition agreement, there was a very important reference to an expert commission being appointed, potentially in the next few days, and to try and make a proposal for a permanent reform of the debt brake. What do you think should be that new ambitious permanent reform of the debt brake? And last, maybe a question to Olga in particular. You said that there is not a lot of enthusiasm in Berlin about a new NGEU. But is it possible for Europe to achieve what it wants to achieve insofar as defense, energy transition, without a new NGEU? And in particular, at the current moment, Germany is paying a disproportionately large share of the support to Ukraine. Without a common borrowing system, basically the rest of Europe is not contributing enough to Ukraine's support. So isn't it actually in Germany's interest to argue for a new NGEU so that everybody pays their fair share? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I will stop with this question because we have 5 minutes. I will let everyone exactly 1 minute 20 seconds to answer, and and so we can go. Thank you. So, Helga.
Okay. First of all, in a multipolar world of autocrats and would-be autocrats, I very much agree with Adam Tooze. We can hope for temporary deals between these autocrats, but not for anything like a lasting order. On the German issues, well, the European fiscal rules are flexible, and Germany will probably be able to claim that its policies will raise its GDP path, its trend growth so much that, of course, extra expenditures are justified, and then we'll see whether the EU Commission will really say you're absolutely wrong on that, or whether they kind of, as in many other cases, say, we're not sure, but if you promise to really implement all these pro-growth reforms, we'll let you get away with it. Expert commission on debt brake reform, what I would like to see is basically to see the infrastructure fund being made permanent, yeah, with certain conditions to control that this really goes into infrastructure, yeah, rather than is something, okay, we can all now spend more like on pensions and the like. On NGEU, new NGEU, once again, I think it's difficult to get there. What is easy is to allow everybody to redirect the current NGEU funds into whatever are our new priorities. And yes, that's an irony, because Germany is the only major country with fiscal space, and because Germany will not underwrite a huge amount of Eurobonds, Germany simply has to be the one country in Europe which pays for Ukraine, while the US winds down its own support. This is now the key issue for Germany. My proposal is Germany should immediately say there are 20 billion euros, German euros, for the Ukrainian defense industry. They are underutilized. We could afford it, yeah? Rather than this nice step-by-step approach. Yesterday, 1.9 billion extra was promised. This is where Germany would have the fiscal space. This is where Merz could make a difference, and which is something which even Putin might at least notice, yeah? Other countries in Europe don't have the fiscal space for it, and if Germany doesn't go for Eurobonds, which probably it won't, Germany pays for it.
Jérôme.
Thank you. So maybe replying to your very broad and nice question of thinking, rather than thinking about the numbers, the constraint, thinking about the change in the direction. Ironically, I would say that when countries are being given some exception to the means they can use to put in fiscal policy, it's for military spending. So I'm not sure it's really close to our thinking. And to me, it's very disappointing that because we have military issues, we can afford going beyond the rules, which I do not object. We have security problems, but we have many other problems. But we don't have a direction except on putting money on the military equipment. So that was my reply to you. And maybe to Shaheen, I'm very pessimistic about the ability of having this German impetus be consistent with the fiscal rules. I don't think it's in the German interest to not do it, but I don't think it is in the interest to go in the direction of moving the fiscal rules for those countries that seemingly do not have fiscal space. My last point being, fiscal space can change very rapidly if ever the ECB were also part of the discussion. We've seen a policy mix very effective during the different crises. The ECB has not gone bankrupt. The ECB has accompanied the rise in public debts. All the public debts that were being issued during COVID-19 crisis have been in the portfolio of the ECB. This is not an issue. So if we can't have a European fiscal capacity and we have needs to go in a given direction that the EU might be giving us, let's do it at the national level with some help by a new wave of quantitative easing. I'm sorry, the name is not nice to some ears, but let's do it again.
Christian.
Yeah. Okay. First to the question of the group. I think the group should really make a great revision of the fiscal rule. I think, of course, also they will also look at to what is existing, but I think they really should open up a little bit. They should be, say, thinking about what is a high quality of public finance and what also has the right macroeconomic impact. And this macroeconomic part, I think this is clearly underrated in the given rule. So it was really more focused on structural issues. So it should be open also to a macroeconomic view, but also, of course, to a high quality view. What about to finance, say, especially with the credits? Yeah, on the broader side, I think we simply have to see. So I tend to agree with you, Jérôme, but I fully believe that finally, I think this, you say Germany has fiscal space. I think in the end, I think the threat we face from the West and of course from the East in a way, and we have discussed this here at Landgut Stober for 2 or 3 days, I think this will need also a common European response. So I think in the end, maybe the Germans will take another year or 1.5 years, but in the end, I believe it's unavoidable that Germany, with his full fiscal force and also with his good stand in on say so on the fiscal side, I think they have to do more. And for me, this is also a very crucial trigger point of the whole new coalition, whether this flies. I think without a joint European thing, this defense issue and also other global issues where Europe should stand behind, also given the discussion we had earlier this morning, I think there will be no way out. They have to learn it, and if they don't learn, I guess, yeah, the fiscal, the judicial system may be a role, Bundesverfassungsgericht may play a role there, I agree with Holger there, but I think I can only say we have to overcome that, and if we, then it goes the hard way.
Thank you. That's true. The last word for you.
Yes, when dealing with the discussion of how to leave austerity behind, I would say that the experience in Spain has left at least two lessons. We have learned 2 things. First one is that sometimes, probably not always, not for all the countries, but sometimes fiscal space can be created. And that was for sure the case of Spain. Spain, 5 years ago, started to rise taxes on a progressive way. So after 5 years, taxes have risen of about 3 percentage points of GDP, we're closer today to the EU average in terms of public revenues to GDP. And that means that since some fiscal multipliers of taxes and expenses are different, you can have an expansionary fiscal policy, a balanced budget expansionary fiscal policy, using your new revenues coming from the rise of in taxes to spend on a wisely way. So you can sometimes create fiscal space. That was the case of Spain. Probably that's not the case of France or other European countries. So therefore you need other mechanisms, other ways, Eurobonds or similar tools. And the second thing that we have probably learned too is that you can use that to change the direction. Many times macro guys, they just care about expansionary fiscal policy, contractionary fiscal policy and the effect on public deficits, but we don't really think about how can we use that new spending. And using that new spending on the basis of a new industrial policy, it can be useful to develop new sectors and to start to change the direction. And that will be that on certain countries such as Spain, that's been a second thing that we have learned during the last years. So fiscal space sometimes can be created, new revenues can sometimes be used to change the direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all of you, for your takes and for your attention. Thomas.
Many thanks, Cecile, for this excellent panel and in time. Very new thing these days. I would just take a second because I found it quite interesting what you said, Nacho, and I mean evident. We are in between these paradigms, and that's exactly what has happened in Germany. I mean, we have shifted slowly or in a bumpy way towards this paradigm shift, and now we are sort of in the midst, and we have advanced a lot. And I think the legal question is quite interesting, because if you put it in the paradigmatic way, you know, there has been a lot of pragmatic progress in the past with all the academic work, Blanchard and others, and then it has already also been translated into the European rules, which you described perfectly, and then, you know, in these paradigm shifting times, there are always some old guys around who are trying to go against, and that was Christian Lindner and another Christian, but not so helpful one, and Lars Feld, you know, and then, you know, but if you put it like this, you know, you are in the trajectory towards something which we find, I think, and a lot of evidence is the better world we're going to, less ruled fiscal policy, whatever. But it's going back and forth. And then to say now, and I understand the order liberals in Germany to say, the European rules suddenly are good. We should stick to the European rules and not to the new German rules. I mean, for reasonable people, that's not. I mean, even if yes, it's difficult to argue now to change the European rules again, but that's the reason. I mean, that's what you should do now, because whenever everything goes in that direction, you should also put them with you who are laggards. So that's just maybe a word which puts it again into our framing of paradigm shifts. Very good discussion. Thank you a lot. And another, you smell the next point on the agenda. There's lunch downstairs. We will get back at 2 o'clock, then have an excellent session on globalization, very interesting. If you pass, you know, going down, there's one room, just if you have a minute, where videos are shown of videos of interviews that we did in the last 2 days with people who have been here. So you get an impression also of what has happened in the last 2 days. And there was a lot of things around downstairs also to look at. Enjoy, and see you back in an hour. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back to the afternoon of our Berlin Summit Day in Nauen at the Landgut Stober. We have crossed a little bit more this morning on geopolitics and fiscal policy and turning a lot around Germany, Europe and beyond to see how to revitalize the economy. Adam advised, no, it was not an advice, but he warned against thinking too much about the future order. And it's true, I mean, we are very much in these days occupied by thinking about how the things evolve from day to day and how to better manage that. Still, I think it's worth and important to think about or to reflect, and that's what we did in the last few days and today, to reflect on what has gone wrong in the last couple of years, also among things that we have developed and new things that have come up, industrial policies and others. Because, I mean, at some point, political opportunities will come, and I think Milton Friedman has said something like this. Then at some point there will be an opportunity, and then it would be perhaps not too bad to be a little prepared for intellectually for something new, for a new order. That's why we discuss this session, where we want to dig into indeed something looking beyond how could the world order look like, and specifically the question is a world order in which, as it seems, every country has, or most countries have a legitimate reason to do sort of an industrial policy. I have just some slides, and just to mention what I'm presenting is in part based on what we have discussed and what has been developed by Jonas Nahm. Some of you will know him at the Hopkins University. He has been at the Council of Economic Advisors for 1 year and, with Biden, and then has written the climate chapter, and this is a very brilliant economist. And we have started to think about exactly this, and he said that they started at the Council of Economic Advisors to think about how to design a cooperative global order, given the fact that the Biden administration, like many other countries today, try to do industrial policies to protect security interests, to do some climate policy, to whatever, do some of these things that now are seen, at least in the modern literature and the modern economic discussions, as something which is legitimate. Instead of letting the markets do the job, do some sort of industrial policy. For green transition, for technological sovereignty, local content, supply chain resilience, and others. So, but if you do this, you are not in this old world, this old globalization of the WTO, where everyone, you know, the markets do it and the governments should not intervene. They intervene, and it's probably wise to suppose that and to think that this will stay. It's just a question, will it be the Trump way, very disorderly way, and internationally in a very war-type way, like tariff wars and so on, or should it be in a more coordinated way? And then it opens a very new field of thinking to know what are the rules, what are the new rules? If you want to have a cooperative international system of such industrial policies and things where governments legitimately intervene, then you probably need rules. You need to define what is legitimate, what is kind of industrial policy, what is supply side, what is local content policy that you admit, what are the strategically important products like chips or others, where you may say it's legitimate that every country has a certain sovereignty. And then the question is, what are these products? How do you define it? And there we are completely at the beginning, probably, but it's worth thinking about it. That's another way of saying, you know, how could you coordinate industrial policies and how could you make this happen and in an international network. It seems, as in the sense of what Adam said, it's quite far away for the moment, but there are entities like the European Union and others who are already practicing some of this. So I think there's still a place to think about this. In the slides, you will get them afterwards, or can consult them on the website. We have communicated some of the effects and of the factors that need to be taken into account. I don't want to get too much into that. This is something also work in progress, and instead leave the floor to our excellent panelists to discuss around this topic, and then we may also come back to these fundamental ideas that Jonas and we have developed in the last time. If you could come already to the panel, Timo, Nancy, and Guy. You know Guy Lalande from the OECD, Timo Fetzer from the University of Warwick, and Nancy Kin, who is now in a semester in Rome, but very known economist and known for also her China studies. Excellent panel. I would ask you, Nancy, to start, and you have some slides to show.
Hi, can you hear me? Thank you so much for having me. So let me just, I'll keep it short so we have lots of time for a discussion. So let me just plunge in. Industrial policy is an old tool. Lots of governments have been using it for at least 100 years. And when we talk about industrial policy, today it's a catchphrase for government interventions that include targeting the supply side. It can be state-owned enterprises that's directly owned by the state and funded by the state. It can be direct subsidies, subsidized credits. And why do we like industrial policy? Because it can benefit strategic sectors that we think is important for national security, or to keep our economies dynamic and competitive. And also, economically, they make sense. They make the most sense for sectors where we think there are high fixed costs and increasing returns to scale, right? So if the government puts in some lump sum investment, that'll help the industry, that'll help create sustainable growth for the industry. And I put a bunch of pictures of different countries that have done this, including the US, the Soviet Union, China, the Asian tigers. I should also mention, since we're in Germany, the Germans were one of the first to use industrial policy in the 19th century. I think the Bavarian politician Franz Josef Strauss famously supported Airbus, and German local and federal governments gave a lot of support to the early automobile sector. Okay, so why is industrial policy controversial? Because it's really hard to get right. I mean, for two reasons. Because there's a concern that it crowds out market forces. And there's also the concern that it's expensive. The money that we're spending subsidizing industries could also be spent elsewhere, and we might not choose the right sectors. So these figures are from some recent academic studies, and I know even though this is an academic conference, I put the references in the bottom in case people wanted to look them up afterwards. So the top left shows you just a number of industrial policies over time implemented by any country in the world. And between 2010 and now, it's just been going up, 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 right? And on the bottom graph, we show you the number of industrial policies by country. And you see, even though we talk a lot about China, it's really not mostly China. So China would be in Asia, East Asia, and that would be the fourth bar, which is kind of small. Most of the industrial policies are actually in OECD countries in Western Europe, Eastern Europe, Central Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Okay, and now getting to the challenges, right? So the first point is that a lot of countries use it, and they're becoming more and more prevalent. Now the challenges. So the graph to the figure to the right is a survey of economists and policy and academia, just asking them how they think about industrial policy. The first question is, can policymakers effectively identify market failures and pick sectors? And you can see 62% of the respondents say no, they are not good at picking these sectors. 38% says yes, right? So there's some hope. The second is the revival of interest of industrial policy. What is it? Is it a fad? Is it here to stay? Or is it simply a recasting of ongoing policy debates? And most people say it's just a recasting of ongoing policy debates. And I think this is important to keep in mind when we talk about industrial policy. We're not really reinventing the wheel here. We're just looking at what's already been happening, maybe with a new framework, maybe with some new words, with some new, it's a renewed discussion. And the last question asks, regional competition incentivizes the use of industrial policy. This is negative sum, a zero-sum game, or a positive sum game. And here people are equally split. And I think this figure on the right kind of gives you a sense of why industrial policy is controversial and how people view industrial policy today. So now, given that industrial policy has been happening for 100 years, it means that there's a lot of evidence and lessons that we can take away already. Like, we actually know a lot about industrial policy, when it works, when it doesn't work. So one thing we know is that extreme industrial policy doesn't work. So here I'm showing you a study, an economic study on the Stalinist industrial policies. And what they do is they compare growth under the Stalinist industrial policies to what would have happened had Russia continued with the Tsarist regime, to what Japan was going through. Because Japan had very similar fundamentals to Russia before Stalin. And what we see here is basically industrial policy under Stalin underperforms relative to what would have happened had they not used it. And on top of that, of course, it also incurred tremendous human cost in things like the Soviet famine in the 30s. Okay, so that we know. The other thing we know is that moderate industrial policy can work up to a point in a sense. So the small Asian economies of the 1970s and 80s essentially went from being low-income countries to middle-income to high-income countries using industrial policy and export-driven growth. China did this, or tried to do this also in the 1990s and early 2000s. And what we know from these examples is that industrial policy can work for catching up sectors to the frontier. It doesn't seem to work as well for getting sectors to push the frontier. Once you're on the frontier, how do you push the frontier? That it doesn't seem to work as well on. Now, I don't mean that it never works. I just mean that per dollar spent, there's as many failures as successes, or more failures than successes. Okay, so I'm going to summarize all the takeaways from for what economists know about industrial policy, and just talk about how we get the biggest bang for bucks when it comes to industrial policy. One is you want to target upstream sectors. What this means is that instead of targeting housing that uses metal, target the subsidies to the metal, to the steel, right? And we need to think about your society. Politics matter. If this is a society that's really patient and can wait for results, subsidize R&D. If this is a political system that needs results fast, then subsidize production, right? So we see the results faster. So if we're really, since industrial policy is meant to benefit your economy, this economy, you want to target sectors where more of the downstream production is within the same country. So you target the subsidies upstream, but you want to focus on sectors where more downstream sectors are in the same country or the same economy. Now, the one exception for targeting upstream is when you have a case of a coordination problem. And an example of this is EVs, right? So there's no demand for batteries for EVs if people aren't buying EVs. So this is a case where industrial policy needs to subsidize the EV, the downstream automobile, the product, as well as the battery. Otherwise, the subsidy for the battery isn't going to go anywhere. Okay, so given the things that we know, how are we doing today? So in rich countries, this is the figure on the left tells you the sectors that high-income countries are targeting with industrial policies. We're mostly targeting either things that are strategically important for national security, or like aircraft, spacecraft, and parts, or upstream products. So that makes sense. And if we go country by country, what researchers have found is that Japan, South Korea, and Germany have done really pretty well in terms of industrial policy for R&D, When it comes to specific technologies, the US, not surprisingly, has underinvested in climate technologies, green technologies, and until the CHIPS Act, in semiconductors, whereas South Korea and China have been over-investing in semiconductors. Okay, so when we look at poor countries, if we want to do a scorecard, poor countries do worse. Poor countries are targeting more downstream sectors, and this is a problem. And then we say, what do we do about that? One thing we can tell poor countries to do is to improve their industrial policy. But I really think there's really no need to tell poor countries to do what rich countries are doing just because rich countries are doing it. There are other ways of helping poor countries that might be harmed by rich countries imposing industrial policy. So one thing that poor countries really need to do is to move up the value chain in what they produce. So one thing we can do is we can emphasize joint ventures. Let me give you an example. So if China wants to buy lithium from Zimbabwe, the Chinese need to build lithium refining factories in Zimbabwe that hire locally to transmit technology for refining, to transmit managerial practices. If Europe wants to buy cocoa from Nigeria, Europe also needs to buy cocoa processing plants for the same logic. Okay, so this is my last slide. So I want to end by going back to the original question, which is, what is the role for industrial policy and for international institutions? You know, we're not reinventing the wheel, but I think there's real value for international institutions to create a framework. And by a framework, what I mean is the beginning of a framework to emphasize the selective use of industrial policy, right? To clarify the economic benefits, the pros and cons, who benefits and who's hurt by industrial policy. And this can enable a transparent and fair discussion for negotiations between countries, but for each sector, and it'll be different context by context. International agencies and institutions can also start talking about guidelines for best practices for North-South investment to emphasize the need for joint ventures and investment that moves to poor countries slowly up the value chain, right? And maybe at some point enforce these measures, but enforcement is hard. So I think we should just start by making process, by just laying out all of these ideas openly and objectively. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Nancy. Very good. And we have big luck that we have someone from an international organization at the table. And I may ask you to, immediately to have a first reaction. Do you do what Nancy is asking you to do?
Yes, and thank you. It's a pleasure to be here today to discuss this topic, which is not only timely, but also of paramount importance. And as in my introductory remarks, I would like to focus on three topics. I'll give a short perspective on why industrial policy is no longer a quiet force operating in the background, but governments are implementing industrial policies more openly. I would like also to spend some time on why and how to improve the transparency on industrial policies, because this is key to understand better the ongoing changes and potentially also limit the negative spillovers of industrial policies. And I would like also to share a few thoughts on how to build an evidence base on industrial policies, because our governments are now implementing industrial policies urged by the current challenges without really a possibility to rely on a sufficiently large and sound evidence base on the effectiveness of industrial policies and how to design them. So let me perhaps start with the reasons why this industrial policy narrative is making a powerful comeback. And here I'm saying industrial policy narrative rather than industrial policy, echoing what Nancy just said, because even if it was taboo for decades, industrial policies have always been there, and countries have always chosen specific sectors or specific activities to be supported. That being said, of course, countries all across the world are facing new challenges. So even if countries have always implemented industrial policies, there are also significant changes in the composition of industrial policies. We also see that the perceived benefits of industrial policies are growing. This is linked to the many reasons you had put in one of your slides, Thomas, at the beginning. And at the same time, the perceived costs of industrial policies are decreasing. And this is because some of the long-standing criticisms of industrial policies, even if they are perhaps still relevant, no longer deter policymakers as they once did. Among these criticisms, we have heard that industrial policies potentially have a negative impact, for instance, on competition. But many studies point to evidence of decreasing competition anyway, both in Europe and the United States. We have heard that industrial policies focus on incumbents at the expense of new companies, but same, business dynamism has decreased in OECD countries for the last 20 years. You mentioned also, Nancy, that choosing sectors or technologies is prone to errors. But now with the green transition and the threats to economic security, it's supposedly easier to identify those critical sectors. So in short, industrial policies are no longer a quiet practice. They are implemented much more openly, and their very nature is shifting. But this comes obviously with risks, and one of these risks is the risk of negative spillovers. Of course, some industrial policies drive innovation and can benefit multiple economies. These are the positive spillovers, but they can also distort competition, undermine fair trade, and disrupt the rules-based system. These are the negative spillovers we need to try to control. And to limit these negative spillovers, one way is to increase the transparency on industrial policies. This is far from easy. At the OECD, we have been measuring industrial policy expenditures. I've shown yesterday some of our work based on the methodology which can also guide countries who are trying to map their own industrial policies. This morning, Margareta Russo mentioned also the MAGIC database, which maps support to industrial sectors across the world. So these are clearly steps in the right direction, but there are also limitations to this approach that I would like to mention. The first is that what can be measured is only a subset of industrial policies. And of course, we can work on expansions, but there will always be indirect support measures through state-owned enterprises, through various types of standards or regulations that we will not easily capture and are much opaquer or much more difficult to map. Second, some countries do have transparent data we can rely on. Other data sets beyond the OECD countries are providing global comparisons, and Nancy used some of those in slides, like the GTA data. And they show that advanced economies tend to invest more in industrial policy than emerging markets, but we need to figure out whether these differences comes from really what's going on the field, or if this is partly driven to differences in transparency. And if less transparent countries escape to some extent to scrutiny, well, the incentive structure is also flawed. I mean, the solution obviously could be to develop international standards for industrial policy reporting, but again, we will face the same important question on incentives, what will motivate countries to adopt them. So even if this is difficult, transparency can curb harmful practices and negative spillovers of industrial policies. But perhaps I would like to spend some time also discussing how this transparency can enable better policy comparisons and learning across nations. And this leads me to my third point about building the evidence base. Of course, at this stage, it's way too early to draw definitive lessons from the new wave of industrial policies, but in a few years from now, if we want to reconvene and assess what has worked, we need to invest now in the industrial capacity to evaluate those industrial policies and to govern them. And the debate is not whether we want to do industrial policies or not, it's rather how we can design and implement effective industrial policies while at the same time limiting the distortions to trade, to competition, to business dynamism. We do have some ideas of what works and what doesn't already, but this is insufficient, and this is going to be a heuristic process where not only governments but also international organizations should work to ensure that at least we are learning by doing and we are learning from our peers. And I think there are two areas where we should concentrate our efforts in terms of learning. First, we need to perform more comparative evaluations. Most countries, in fact, use the same portfolio of instruments, R&D tax credits, support to renewables, government venture capital, and so forth. We need to leverage the diversity of experience and understand in detail what are the provisions of these instruments that are successful and which ones are not. And second, we need to learn how to design and implement industrial strategies, which means that, beyond the type of instruments, it's not only a question of whether we should implement R&D tax credits rather than grants. It's not whether we should implement refundable tax credits or not. The question is how we come up with a strategy composed of coherent and complementary policy instruments. And from an institutional point of view, what are the best practices to govern these strategies?
Thank you. Timo.
Yeah, thanks so much. I actually have a few slides, so let's see whether this works. Yeah, so in general, actually, I need to go one back. One of the challenges that I had, so I attended the summit last year as well, is that I didn't sign the declaration at the time because I was concerned that we're not talking about the guardrails for industrial policy, because if there's a headless rush across nations that typically implement industrial policy, that will invariably create frictions, and we are already in a very frictionful world when it comes to actual conflict and contests going on. And so I'm very happy that Thomas, your initiative here to put together guiding principles and dimensions to consider for how we can make a venture into industrial policy, which is much desirable in certain ways, as we need to navigate a system transition and energy transition. It has to come with some form of state guidance and intervention, how we can do that in a safe fashion. And echoing Guy's as well as Nancy's comment and your document, there's a key focus on impact measurement, impact evaluation of these designs, thinking about mechanisms for cooperation and consultation, and not losing sight of the fact that we will continue living in a world where there is division of labor. There's specialization, and that means we need to take into account for comparative advantage, while at the same time expanding the benefits from essentially trade integration beyond. And for that, it's really important to find mechanisms of global cooperation so that we can essentially share what works in a way that gives us confidence that we actually trust sort of the underlying findings and the evidence that is being gathered. And that requires, to some extent, an avoiding politicization, as you highlighted as well in your note, to essentially ensure that industrial policy actually promotes more collective prosperity, to make it a global win-win so that we don't end up in a lose-lose beggar-thy-neighbor type situation. I like to focus on 3 points here. First of all, it's just articulating and reiterating the point that also Nancy has made, that essentially industrial policy operates along value chains. When we think about physical goods production, we typically have a high degree of division of labor. There's value chains, there's firms that specialize, and that requires us to have a good understanding and a measurement of what these value chains look like, because that is actually the opening door that allows us potentially to identify partnerships working between nations, between countries, to figure out how we can actually coordinate industrial policy cross-border in a way that creates win-wins. So I'll mention this briefly. I'll also highlight one bit, because for me, industrial policy includes thinking about the service sector, and the trade in services becoming ever more important. And to me, it's actually crucial to actually making sure that climate action can be delivered as a way that's a global win-win. Because in some instances, we might realize that the ability to integrate certain economies and societies into global value chains is difficult, because there's a lack of factors of production, skills, this system of governance sort of provide frictions, such as, challenges with rule of law and so on and so forth. And so it's really important to think about how the service sector and trade and services might contribute to this. And then last but not least, I want to iterate on the point of technocratic cooperation, taking advantage of the very rapid technological advances that we're seeing in the production and dissemination of knowledge through the deployment of generative artificial intelligence, which might allow us to actually make sure that communication between nation states avoids ambiguity around fuzzy language and sort of moves towards more state-safe binaries. What do I mean by that? One concrete example I'll highlight is that we can actually try to improve our measurements of the organization of production, the itemized organization of production through value chains. We can improve the data gathering processes around this, and there's concrete steps going on across the globe, across many countries, that allow us to actually exchange knowledge and validate information without having to exchange data. Let me just give you a concrete example. This here is a plot that highlights why the world is talking a lot about rare earths minerals these days. Gallium is one of the rare elements that's being sort of subject to the ongoing trade escalation between European Union, the US, and China, with China having specialized in the production of gallium, the refinement of rare earth minerals, having developed a lot of prowess and expertise in it. As part of the escalation, there's been sort of a ratcheting up of trade restriction measures when it comes to chips from the US side and rare earth minerals sort of trade from the Chinese side, which then threatens to shut down not just arms production that might benefit from some of these rare earth minerals, but also a lot of civilian industrial processes, just simple car manufacturing. And so as part of the ongoing de-escalation, we see that China, just like Europe, has introduced an export licensing scheme. In the European context, we use export licensing to ensure that our exports don't end up in the battlefield in Ukraine. And China similarly is using an export licensing regime, saying, well, we want to make sure that there's civilian use access to these rare earth minerals, but not necessarily boosting military capabilities. And so there's an export licensing regime, but how do you ensure that the firms are compliant with, how do you ensure that these rare earth minerals don't end up sort of boosting essentially defense or military capabilities? For that, China is asking for a lot of sensitive information from its trading partners, and that pushes certain boundaries, because obviously a lot of the firm-to-firm trade that might be happening is part of the, it's part of the business secrets. It's part of the, what makes, viable corporations to work. And so that creates some tensions. But nowadays, it is actually increasingly technologically possible to share or validate information, such as this product is compliant with regulation X, Y, and Z, without actually having to share a lot of sensitive underlying data. We can move towards that equilibrium if we invest more in building the informational capacity of the state to get transparency over the trade in goods and services within an economy. And this is where globally the introduction of value-added taxes, in particular invoice-level value-added taxes, can provide that informational signature, and it could essentially allow for much more structured conversations about how we can organize production along value chains between countries in a way that makes sense relative to the skill set and the capabilities that countries have, so that we can create global win-wins. this particular view of gallium is sort of the product of some of my research, where we sort of build a production network representation of physical goods production. I'll shut up in 1 minute because I want to briefly mention trade and services as well. When we think about industrial policy, we often think about physical goods trade. There's some semantic difference in the meaning of the word, but actually trade between nations is increasingly shaped by trade and services. So what is service sector trade? Tourism is the most common form of service sector trade, but we increasingly see trade in digital goods like streaming services, data, or just knowledge. And I think it's potentially crucial, in particular for climate action, that we think about trade in ecosystem services that could actually allow for making sure that climate action is not leading to a narrative of requiring there be less development in certain countries, because development typically comes with an increased use of resources, increased use of energy consumption, and that might obviously make the climate situation worse, right? And so we need to find ways of trade ecosystem services valuing natural assets, the forest, the carbon sequestration that forest natural assets provide. And as part of the COP24 agreement, there has been a move towards making that possible as part of the UNFCCC Article 6. But what does that mean? We would be trading sort of a certificate that represents the negative emissions that have been sequestered into biomass, and we need to make sure that this is tradable. And for that, we need to make sure that we have a high degree of integrity of these fundamentally data products that are then traded between nations. And for that, it's crucial to build on the informational plumbing and the measurement framework, where, again, we can talk a little bit more as part of the discussion around this. This is underway. It's being developed such that we can make sure that broad-based decarbonization, which is essentially the target of industrial policy, to encourage that we're shifting to a new energy paradigm, is not requiring or creating a narrative that essentially asks some countries to forgo economic development and prosperity. So I'll leave it here.
Thank you. Nancy, one question that came to my mind when I saw the statistic that you quoted on the mean effectiveness of industrial policy, whatever the measure is, isn't that unfair to measure the effectiveness of industrial policy during a period where it wasn't meant to exist, or even if it existed, but it was not really promoted, it was not really developed intellectually? So would it make sense to give it a new chance then?
So I think there's a couple ways of looking at it. One way to look at it is to say that we've been doing industrial policy. We just haven't been calling it that, at least in Europe and North America, right? Like, I think the East Asians have been very comfortably calling it industrial policy. Japan, China, South Korea. So in that sense, we're just renaming policies. We used to call them industrial policies and we stopped, and now we're calling it again. But when we're evaluating the effectiveness of these policies, I think it's fine. I think these results are valid. But I think you bring up a deeper point, which is, industrial policies can have short-run effects, medium-run effects, and long-run effects. And they can be very different. And when we're talking about industrial policy, we need to be clear, like, what is it that we actually want? Is it just, so for example, are we concerned that the Chinese are doing really well in AI with DeepSeek, and we just want to catch up to that? That's a short-run goal. Or do we envision sustainable growth in Europe being a leader in AI, or whatever your country is, being a leader in AI, and then you being the leader in terms of the new products and the new industries spurred by that? Those are very different goals. And when we talk about effectiveness, I think the conventional wisdom is that industrial policy is pretty effective in catching up. But the next long-run goal, to be the long-run leader for the next 10, 20 years, that's harder to achieve with industrial policy. So we want to be clear about what our goals are.
And that's part of the exercise, because if you want to define an international definition of what is legitimate or not, however you define this, you need a better definition of what what is that kind of industrial policy legitimate. Is there any development as you can seize it? I mean, watching it for all these member countries, what is the state of thinking in that? Is there a real shift towards an intellectually thought through industrial policy thinking, or how would you describe this?
Yes, of course, there are some changes ongoing in OECD countries. Just to give an example, I think over the last 9 months, we have had 5 OECD countries adopting an industrial strategies, or at least starting the process to draft an industrial strategy, so a document explicitly laying out the industrial policy. And 3 in Europe, the United Kingdom, Italy, and Finland, and also just to illustrate the diversity of countries going in that direction, also Australia and Mexico. So this is really a pervasive trend. If I can, I would like also to echo what Timo mentioned about the role of value-added tax data or e-invoicing for industrial policy. I think it's really a new frontier to understand better the impact of industrial policies. So not only it allows mapping value chains, in particular domestic value chain, and it allows identifying the key bottlenecks or choke points on which we can act to increase the resilience of our economies. But because industrial policies are also about ensuring spillovers through supply chains, it allows to better target industrial policies by looking at their incidence on ecosystems. And in the, if we want to ensure that the green and digital transition are effectively implemented in our economies, we need to leverage those supply chains to ensure that this is effectively done. So this is also a new frontier for industrial policy making.
So I agree with everything that's been said. I just want to add that when we talk about, the US is different from Europe, and I just want to note in 2 important ways. One is the US is in charge of VAT. So when we talk about, using VAT data, which I totally agree with, it's just such a valuable source of amazing data for all sorts of things, including the topic we're talking about. It's not going to include the US because the US charges a sales tax, and I don't think this is going to change anytime soon. The other thing that's quite different about the US is, I was actually really surprised when I saw that we're going to discuss industrial policy in Europe, because in US, the conventional wisdom in the public discourse is that America doesn't engage in industrial policy, right? So economists has a different view. Academic economists, we view anything where the government subsidizes a sector or industry as industrial policy. They can take different shapes and forms. But to give you an example of how the public perception is really different, I was in DC last year talking to the US Chamber of Commerce, and the complaint was that China and Europe engages in unfair trade practices because these governments use industrial policy. And I said, well, I thought, this is, the US also subsidizes industries, right? And the answer was no, America does not engage in industrial policy. Only socialist countries do that. And I mean, this was just, one man's view, but I don't actually think it's only one man's view. And this is not to say that anyone's doing anything right or wrong, but going back to your point about how the first step of progress is just clarifying definitions and everyone agreeing on what these words mean, and I think without that, we can't have a meaningful conversation, because then it's just noise. People just say things.
How would you describe or is there for you a satisfying definition? And then maybe the next question already for maybe you too. What is Trump doing? I mean, yes, Trump, tariffs, but it's not going back to market or free trade or whatever. How would you describe? I mean, is there some common ground?
I mean, fundamentally, you can represent a lot of the things that industrial policies would do as actually operating in similar ways as tariffs operate, because a tariff would sort of operate, along a value chain. It's sort of said, okay, we put a tariff on a finished good that, of course, creates potentially incentives for unfinished goods to be imported to make that finished good domestically. That's sort of one way of thinking about tariffs. Tariffs as a type of industrial policy, but of course, it's also something that creates a lot of tensions that could then sort of have unintended consequences in a global trading system and sort of a global political construct. And so I think it's incredibly aggressive and it alienates people, and it doesn't come with a forum, at least not that I see, that suggests how we can sort of make that discussion, like remove the emotions out of these conversations. As I said, recently with regard to, in particular, rare earth minerals and so on, it looks like there's movements that suggest, there's de-escalation that's, highly desirable. But fundamentally, we're not we don't have the right fora anymore. There's been a breakdown of dispute resolution through the fora like the WTO that's been brewing for a long time. These, go down to very fundamental, assertions about the role of, for example, in the context of China, the deployment of non-market mechanisms, such as, basically having large stocks of commodities that would then be used to affect market prices globally, which make it very difficult for market economies to compete with China in that domain. So every time that there was an initiative to expand rare earth mining activities and refinement and so on, that was done by a coalition of Western countries, the markets were flooded, and thereby the private companies that were supposed to do these activities saw no incentive to do so. And again, that creates almost the necessary condition for industrial policy to make sure that a firm can see through these these ups and downs or the potential strategic manipulation. And so I do think we are leveling up the playing field, but then it's happening in a way that's very dangerous. Because there are escalations, there's fundamental differences in approaches, and that's why, as I said, my plea for all of this is, let's try to make it more technocratic. Let's look at data. Let's try to find modes of exchanging information that do not threaten potential domestic business models or sort of rents that might arise out of informational advantages. Let's try to find ways of making it more technocratic, and that's where the OECD is so important, providing that forum to collect evidence and data, and also work towards moving to what we would call federated learning, where we can actually exchange knowledge, we can validate the authenticity and the authority of the knowledge without having to share the sensitive data, but still through the validation we'll be able to ensure that we can trust the underlying findings and are not worried about the product of the analysis being sort of skewed by potentially, wrong data or skewed data.
I would just pick one example, or one category of these examples that we made categorized in the paper, which is security-based, security which leads to local content, which is maybe quite new in these times, but more and more urgent, and it seems quite logical and that there is a large consensus in countries, even in Germany, from, let's say, ordo-liberals saying that, well, in that case, it makes sense to have at least some semiconductor production in Germany, or, like in the pandemic, we had some evident cases where there were supply chain problems, so there's really an interest in the consensus. Guy, is this a case can you imagine that there's a definition of what is, a product which should be on that list, for security reasons, for sovereignty reasons, like semiconductors, which is evident, everyone's doing that. May there be a list like this?
Well, that's an ambitious goal for the near future, especially agreed at the international level. But I think one of the underlying question is about the objectives of industrial policies and how to weight these different objectives. In that particular case, I think the two potentially conflicting objectives are the one of resilience or economic security on the one hand, and the one of efficiency of value chains or comparative advantages, if you will, on the other hand. And I think that's a question that has to be discussed, to what extent we want to give up on efficiency to increase our resilience. And I think, I was mentioning this growing trend of industrial strategies, and I think that's what countries are doing at the time being. They are trying to prioritize the different goals of industrial policies and trying to figure out how much compromise they want to do on some aspects to gain on others.
Maybe we should have a last round already, so some quick last remarks. One topic that Jonas mentions, if you imagine this system or whatever imaginary cooperative global governance of industrial policies, what is in that is also the question, what do you do with countries who suffer from local content? So the countries who have produced these products, emerging countries essentially. Is there any answer that we would have in short how to handle this?
So I think when it comes to poor economies that are being crowded out by the industrial policies of richer countries, I'll just rephrase what I said earlier. I think we need to think creatively and out of the box. It's not like industrial policy. It's not like how do we think about an industrial policy that they can implement. I think we just need to think about how are they being harmed and what do they really need to grow and what are the many ways that we can help them. So I'll just end there. Think creatively.
Thank you. Very good. One sentence, Timo.
Again, so I'll be very curious to see how this, evidence gathering process goes on, because one hypothesis that I have is that the answers are going to be very similar. So if different countries have industrial strategies and they'll arrive at similar answers, we need to support this product, that product, that product, and then for national security, it's going to be this and this and this product, but there's going to be a high degree of overlap. And that, of course, creates the necessary condition for productive conversations about how cooperation can happen. Vis-a-vis emerging market or developing countries, I think that's exactly the bit where there might be a lack of capacity to articulate an industrial strategy. There might be a lack of financial resources to actually put money behind. And that's where, again, in the context that I see these discussions taking place, which is in the context of the energy transition, the sustainability transition, this is where we need to find ways of embedding these countries into global value chains so that they're integrated, and that will most certainly, most likely touch upon the issue of trade and services with a specific focus on tourism as an important development strategy that can facilitate knowledge transfer, skills transfer, create trade relationships between nations, but also on the other hand, with regard to trade and ecosystem services that can essentially balance out differential speeds in decarbonization that we invariably have, and we see this quite clearly across the globe. That the pace of decarbonization is not uniform, it's quite heterogeneous, and that creates almost by mechanically the possibility for there to be sort of trade in that domain. So I'll leave it here.
Guy, last word.
Yeah, perhaps just briefly to say that in some cases, these industrial policy and subsidy races can lead to concentration of production, and this has very negative consequences potentially on innovation in the long run. So even if we are in a new world where industrial policies do have some merits, we should not also forget that innovation comes out of competition often, and that there is also a value in preserving this competition, which also leads to resilience.
I mean, I think exactly, and that's the same reason for Timo to like this question, is that to keep the right and a proper competition, you need to define the frontiers, and that's what we not have. I mean, it's now it's more or less everyone does everything, and Trump does another one, and that's the real dangerous thing. And instead of dreaming of the old times, getting back to the before 2015 free trade world, it may be sensible to find a new compromise and something which is coordinated. Many thanks for a very quick overview of this. The project is running. I mean, it's work in progress. Unfortunately, Jonas couldn't be here, so maybe next time we will anyway follow this topic, and any suggestion from you is welcome. I will hand over. We have Isabella Weber from the US, from a message from America. I know that you have to leave quite quickly, I think, so let's start. Isabella, are you there? Yes, I don't see her.
I am here. Can you hear me?
Okay. Hi, Isabella. Yeah, thanks for joining, even if remotely, but that's huge. It's very good to have you. And we thought it may be good to have some original voice from someone being in the US, and especially from you. So please, some words that you want to address to the Berlin Summit.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me, Thomas. And I'm really sorry I couldn't make it this time in person. Thomas asked me to elaborate a little bit on my interventions on anti-fascist economic policy, and I just saw in the program that this has been listed under the nice heading of a message from America, which is rather befitting, I guess. So maybe a quick few words on the context of how I use this term and how it kind of took on a life of its own to some degree in the debate, actually, especially in Germany. So on the night of the re-election of Donald Trump, it was very late. I was actually expecting for Donald Trump to be re-elected, not least because of all the mistakes that the Democrats had made around inflation in the campaign and before. But nevertheless, like everybody else, I was very depressed. And out of this sentiment, I made this tweet saying, could we finally have a serious conversation about anti-fascist economic policy? And I actually meant it as a serious conversation. I didn't mean it as I have the answer of what exactly that ought to be, but as in we need to start talking about this. It had an enormous resonance, like in almost every interview that I've given since. Journalists asked me about it. I've been asked to comment on it in various contexts. Even conferences and workshops have already been held on this theme. And I'm actually currently working on a book, so I'm actually just developing these ideas. So I feel like I'm catching up with kind of the dynamic that this has unleashed. So really quick, I want to clarify two premises that this is based on. First of all, it's based on the premise that if we are serious about trying to step up against the rise of the extreme right, then economic policy plays a role in the strategies that we need. This is not to say that economic policy by itself is going to be sufficient. It's not saying that economic policy is the only realm that we have to worry about, but there's a robust literature on the connection between austerity, between economic insecurity, between economic drivers of the rise of extreme right parties. And I think we ought to take this seriously. And I think this challenges us to come up with economic policy strategies that are tailored to preventing, to containing the rise of the extreme right. Secondly, it's based on the premise that there is a real threat of fascism. This is not the same as saying we are already living under fascism. It's also not the same as saying this is exactly the same as the 1930s, or this is exactly the same as Mussolini or Trump. sorry, or Hitler, what a Freudian slip. But it is to say that there is a real threat, that there are serious tendencies in this direction that we have to pay attention to. I think that in this regard, Umberto Eco's essay on Urfascism is incredibly helpful because it underscores that fascism is not simply a set of criteria that all have to apply in order for us to talk about something being fascist, but that fascism is a game that can be played in many forms, that can be played in many Spielarten, to use this quite fitting German word here, and nevertheless we can still recognize it as fascism. So I just want to really quickly go through some of the characteristics that he sees as part of the game of fascism. The first one is the cult of tradition, which, if we think of the abolishing of the possibility of more than two genders and the return of a pretty aggressive form of patriarchy, I think it's pretty obvious that we are dealing with a cult of tradition. This is just one example where I think one can make this case. Secondly, it's about the rejection of modernism and a worshipping of technology. Quote, the age of reason is seen as the beginning of modern depravity. I think, again, like this dual movement of rejecting reason in the sense of the Enlightenment tradition, but at the same time worshipping technology, worshipping SpaceX, etc., worshipping AI is something that we see very clearly. Third, there's a cult of action for action's sake. Quote, action is beautiful, as an attribution to Urfascism from Umberto Eco, which means that action doesn't have to be rational. It might well be irrational. It's about acting for action's sake. I think that this is a really important characteristic. And if we look from this perspective, for example, at the trade war, then we are no longer trying to seek the final rationality between Trump's every move, but we are seeing that this is in many ways about demonstrating power by demonstrating the possibility of action. The fourth point is that in the modern scientific community, we tend to praise disagreement. This is a parenthesis from me, not from Umberto Eco. Sometimes I feel like in economics, disagreement is not necessarily praised in the same way as it is the case in other disciplines, but that's a different topic. In a fascist framework, in an Ur-fascist framework, disagreement is seen as treason, which also means that there's an intrinsic fear against intruders, an intrinsic fear against the other, which again, I think is something that we can see very clearly evolving, speaking from the vantage point of watching the last months in the US, but also beyond. As a next point, there is the idea that fascism derives from individual or social frustration, and that in response to this frustration, there's an appeal to the most common privilege, the one to be born in the same country. So the frustration is being responded to with nationalism and the loss of a clear social identity, otherwise it can be lived and embraced, is replaced with this appeal to a certain superiority of a certain race and group. As I have 3 more to go. I'm sorry this is taking a minute, but I feel like in the German discussion, it's really important to have this conceptual clarification, so please bear with me. As a next point, he cites, there is no struggle for life, but life is lived for struggle, which again, I think is an important point because it's not about actually achieving good outcomes for the society as a whole, achieving something that secures life, even for the in-group of the people, but it's about creating a sense of permanent warfare, which I think in the current context can be translated into creating a sense of permanent chaos, creating a sense of permanent chaos that presents a pretext for emergency decrees, that presents for the extreme measures that then are being taken. As a next point, Umberto Eco is seeing selective populism as a key characteristic, where it's not about appealing to the people as citizens, as people with democratic rights and a right to participate, but as a mass that can be manipulated with all means available. If we think of social media, deep fakes, and so on, think this rings again pretty contemporary. Finally, he's saying, "Oh, fascism speaks newspeak," which is a form of impoverished vocabulary that uses elementary syntax in order to rule out the possibility of nuanced discussion, to rule out the possibility of nuanced disagreement. So these are some of the points that I think, when we take them seriously, lead us to the conclusion that we are dealing with fascist tendencies, that we are dealing with a real threat of fascism at this moment. Now, then the question, of course, becomes, what could an anti-fascist economics be? And isn't this some sort of esoteric idea of a heterodox economist sitting in the woods in Western Massachusetts? Well, I would say that actually, if we go back to the 1940s and we go back to the debates over the post-war economic order, which in many ways is still the order that we have inherited, of course, with all the changes that occurred in the neoliberal era, then we will see that actually at this point, the question of how economic policy could prevent the return of fascism was an absolutely central question and was debated by basically all schools of thought. For the purposes now, I just want to very quickly point out that Hayek's Road to Serfdom, published in 1944, Polanyi's Great Transformation, published in 1944, I think are both tracts that can be read as polar opposites, but both tracts that try to provide an answer to the question of what an anti-fascist economic policy could look like. I think that in the past decades, we have more or less, and this is of course a simplification, but more or less pursued an economic policy that, broadly speaking, is inspired by Hayek's outlook. And I think that we have arrived at a point where the crisis, the overlapping crises that we face, the poly-crisis that we face, is so deep that the status quo is no longer tenable, so that people around the world are voting for anything but the status quo. Which I think means that at this point, we need, in order to win back the future, which I understand is the overall theme of this conference today, in order to win back the future, we need to come up with a different kind of vision for a better future. And I think that Polanyi's conclusions in the chapters where he is dealing with the question of how to avert the return of fascism are a good starting point to try to sketch broad stroke ideas around what this future could look like. So very broadly speaking, I think there are 4 points. The first one is that there's a sharp contradiction between the power of, between corporate power, monopoly power, and the power of a small number of oligarchs, a small number of incredibly absurdly rich people in the economy, and the idea of democracy, the idea of one person, one right, one vote, same rights, in the sphere of politics. And I think that this contradiction actually culminated in the inflation crisis, where, as I've been arguing in several places, it's been the best of times for the corporations that manage the most essential parts of our economy, energy, food, transportation. And it's been the worst of times for the majority of people on this planet. Just to give you one statistics, 15 years of eradication of hunger globally were reversed in the span of just 2 years. This brings me to the second point, which is Polanyi's insistence that we need to reclaim the essential areas, that we need to free them from the absolute rule of the self-regulating market. And when we talk about essential areas, we talk about nature, we talk about labor, but I think we also talk about care and the basic social infrastructure of a society. This means not just making these areas affordable, these basics affordable, but also finding a way of organizing them so that the very basis of human existence on this planet can be ensured. And just as a aside, the idea of relying on a CO2 price alone in pursuit of the nature part of this mission would basically be the attempt of insisting that the self-regulating market is the one and only mechanism that we can rely on. So clearly this will not do the trick. Number three, Polanyi is suggesting a job guarantee. He's insisting that we need some form of functional finance, but he's actually not Eurocentric in that or US-centric, but he's saying that this also means that we need to break free from the gold standard at his time. We need to break free from, I guess, a universal dollar standard at our time. And that this means that the fiscal space has to be used in order to ensure the provisioning of essentials, which couldn't be in sharper contrast to the latest slogan in the German economic policy debate, which now I hear has become fit for war, which I have been discussing in some of my writings under the heading of military Keynesianism, not in the sense of the military Keynesianism of the 1930s or 50s or 60s, but in the sense of the military Keynesianism of Reagan, where we see a duality of an open tap of fiscal spending for the military and austerity for the rest. Finally, we need to break out of the dichotomy of either extreme forms of protectionism or free trade and find a new way of organizing the global economy. Now, this is, of course, incredibly ambitious, and you might well call me a dreamer. You might call me unrealistic. And of course, I think that on the way towards such a big vision, we need technocratic solutions, we need policy details, we need to spell out what this means in the concrete. Nevertheless, I think at this specific moment, where this crisis of the status quo is so deep, and where for too long the extreme right has been the only that has suggested, and from my viewpoint, abhorrent, but nonetheless clear alternative to the status quo, that is absolutely high time for us to come up with a broad vision for an alternative to the high that this will actually happen. And on this question, I want to close with a reflection from Erich Fromm in his To Have or To Be, in which he argues that in finance, if someone tells you that there's a 2% chance of winning and a 98% chance of losing, only a fool would enter that business. But in medicine, if a doctor faces a situation where there's a 98% chance that the patient dies and a 2% chance that the patient survives, then it's the responsibility of the doctor to do whatever is possible to realize the 2%. I think that we are at a moment of such deep crisis that it's not an exaggeration to say that we urgently need to do whatever we can towards averting catastrophe. And that at this point, we have to apply the logic of the doctor. Economists have to think like doctors, have to think what can be done, how can we think a new future that can avert a catastrophe, and do whatever is possible on the way towards this new future in order to avert catastrophe, rather than saying that the power of the status quo is so overwhelming that there's nothing to be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Isabella. I think you don't have to be afraid of not being unrealistic. You've proven not to be sometimes in the last couple of years, despite of people saying that you're unrealistic or whatever at the beginning. So I'm very confident. I'm very on your side. That's the sense of what we are doing. That's looking beyond and using the opportunity now to think broader and to imagine what could come afterwards. So it's perfectly admitted and welcome. It's not good, I think. We should not just look into the daily horror. I mean, that will not drive us very far away, even if it's very important to limit the damages in the short run. Is there any question directly to Isabella across the Atlantic? Yes, please.
Do I have to? No, it works. From the European perspective, it looks like fascism already has arrived in America. So from, a senator gets forcibly removed from a press conference where he's just doing his job, gets thrown to the ground and detained and stuff like that. Like people get removed from the street without any warrant or anything and brought to profit prisons where they then work basically as modern slaves. All that points toward, it's not the question if industrial policy could prevent fascism from arriving, since it already has. But the idea that I'm having is industrial policy with industries that are working globally is not just a thing of regulation within a country framework, but it is from scratch basically an idea that works between or has an effect between countries. Like in Germany, we have this Lieferkettengesetzgebung, which is highly criticized from many people, but it kind of points out that there is a regulation that is cross-country. And I think in that respect, maybe industrial policy might be a tool to change something in the way how fascism could spread its roots.
Okay, there's one other, but very short. I mean, Isabella, I don't know how much time you have, and we have the next program. So very quick, thank you.
I will try my best. Hi, you cannot see me, but I actually met you a couple years back in Oxford. Anyway, different question. I just want to say I was really inspired by your talk about economic policy should be a big component of fighting fascism. And I'm wondering if there's any sort of possibility to incorporate the affordability crisis in this rhetoric, because actually here in Berlin, I don't know if you've been here or not, there's a huge crisis of housing, education is very expensive. I don't know if fascism is that far away. I feel like if things continue to deteriorate and there isn't a proper response from the left, it makes a fertile ground for this kind of fascist uprising. But I feel like really important things that are close to the common people, like housing, education, you don't hear it so much in a lot of corners. I would say even including today, there are a lot of stuff about industrial policy, a lot of stuff about physical policy, but for the average person, it's a bit removed, right? But the things that are important to them are also complex issues. They warrant deep political discussion. And I'm wondering if there's any, if you think that we could incorporate that and use that as a way to fight fascism and bring economics down to the way that it speaks to the common people so that they feel like they are respected, because we're asking them to vote for us to do the climate, get on board with climate change, get on board with the new order. But are we really showing them any respect? Are we showing them that we actually care for them when we are not even talking so much about the daily struggles they have?
Thank you. Isabella, quick reaction on that.
Yeah, thank you for these excellent questions. I mean, clearly I rushed very badly. I was told I had 5 minutes. I think I went for 13. So I got very stressed. So let me quickly clarify. The affordability crisis for me is absolutely central. And in fact, I've been writing about the affordability crisis for a while. And even when I did this infamous intervention on price controls, on the back of my mind was the affordability crisis and was the danger of losing to the extreme right, losing to fascist forces if we don't address the affordability crisis. So I couldn't agree more. Maybe as a little advertisement, I see that Adam spoke this morning and has a meet and greet later, and I think some of my colleagues from Surplus Magazine are also there. We just started this magazine, Surplus, in German, where actually Maxine Foyer and me just published recently an article on precisely the housing crisis and how ambitious affordability strategy for housing is a centerpiece of an anti-fascist economic policy. I also agree with the sentiment that, and this then also speaks to the question of the first gentleman, that industrial policy by itself is not enough. Of course, I'm in favor of industrial policy. I've been in favor of industrial policy before it became fashionable. But in any case, I think that what we have seen in the American case, and I think this is in some ways not a surprise, industrial policy is something that is focused on specific industries that tends to be pretty upstream, that tends to be trying to fix some deep structural issues in the economy, which in many cases is absolutely necessary. In the case of the green transition, I think we have no chance without trying to design smart industrial policies. But nonetheless, it's far too removed from the everyday reality of people who are living through a crisis in the here and now, who are living through an affordability crisis, a cost of living crisis, a crisis of the affordability of the essentials. That's why I've been emphasizing this idea of the essentials in the very moment. And it's a bit like if you fix something deep in the engine of a car, and then you're trying to convince people to buy this car because you solved a problem that they didn't even know existed, maybe very hard sell. So I think we need to come up with strategies that directly address the problems that people face. I think that this is a very, very important criteria for the way in which we design climate policy, so that climate policy is not an elite project that conveys to ordinary people that their lives are just becoming more expensive and more miserable, but that can actually convey to people that climate policy can be designed in ways that actually makes their lives better and makes those people that have been over-consuming in absolutely absurd ways, which is a pretty small minority of people, cut back on consumption and not the masses of ordinary people. I think that at this point, there's also an interesting question on the role of economic expertise. And again, I think that Polanyi's writings on fascism are actually quite relevant here. He has this essay titled The Fascist Virus, where he traces back the attitude of economists in the 19th century who insist that ordinary people don't understand what is good for the economy, and that actually enforcing the self-regulating market, even if it makes their life worse, they don't understand that it makes the overall economy better and that they are still better off than if we were to do what they think would be better, which is of course incredibly patronizing and really anti-democratic in a deep sense. And I think that this kind of attitude is one that we can observe in economic experts' discussions until the very day, and is one that we need to leave behind if we want to seriously think about an anti-fascist economic policy.
Many thanks, Isabella.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. Sorry I couldn't join in person.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Have a good day and good time anyway. And yeah, let's reconvene soon. We are now switching to a break, a coffee break, and then have some time to, as I said, we have some presentations. There will be presentations. One thing, I don't know if Isabella still listens, there's one project on climate policy where we try to develop much further alternatives to the carbon pricing model, and that's something which will be presented downwards. And then in 30 minutes, around 30 minutes, a little more, we will have a last talk and a keynote by James Galbraith and Maya Göppel, and we will do this outside. I think you will appreciate. Thank you.